a separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 11. Don Juan did not make me leave after I had run his errands, as he had been doing lately. He said I could stay, and the next day, June 28, 1969, just before noon, he told me I was going to smoke again. Am I going to try to see The Guardian again? No, that is out. This is something else. Don Juan calmly filled his pipe with smoking mixture, lighted it, and handed it to me. I experienced no apprehension. A pleasant drowsiness enveloped me right away. When I had finished smoking the whole bowl of mixture, Don Juan put his pipe away and helped me stand up. We had been sitting facing each other on 2 straw mats he had placed in the center of his room. He said that we were going for a short walk and encouraged me to walk, shoving me gently. I took a step and my legs sagged. I did not feel any pain when my knees hit the ground. Don Juan held my arm and pushed me up on my feet again. You have to walk, he said, the same way you got up the other time. You must use your will. I seemed to be stuck to the ground. I attempted a step with my right foot and almost lost my balance. Don Juan held my right arm at the armpit and gently catapulted me forward, but my legs did not support me and I would have collapsed on my face had Don Juan not caught my arm and buffered my fall. He held me by the right armpit and made me lean on him. I could not feel anything, but I was certain that my head was resting on his shoulder. I was seeing the room from a slanted perspective. He dragged me in that position around the porch. We circled it twice in a most painful fashion. Finally, I suppose, my weight became so great that he had to drop me on the ground. I knew he could not move me. In a certain way it was as if a part of myself deliberately wanted to become lead-heavy. Don Juan did not make any effort to pick me up. He looked at me for an instant. I was lying on my back facing him. I tried to smile at him and he began to laugh. Then he bent over and slapped me on the belly. I had a most peculiar sensation. It was not painful or pleasurable or anything I could think of. It was rather a jolt. Don Juan immediately began to roll me around. I did not feel anything. I assumed he was rolling me around because my view of the porch changed in accordance with a circular motion. When Don Juan had me in the position he wanted, he stepped back. Stand up. He ordered me imperatively. Stand up the way you did it the other day. Do not piddle around. You know how to get up. Now get up. I intently tried to recollect the actions I had performed on that occasion, but I could not think clearly. It was as if my thoughts had a will of their own no matter how hard I tried to control them. Finally the thought occurred to me that if I sat up as I had done before I would certainly get up. I said, up, loud and clear, but nothing happened. Don Juan looked at me with obvious displeasure and then walked around me toward the door. I was lying on my left side and had a full view of the area in front of his house. My back was to the door, so when he walked around me I immediately assumed he had gone inside. Don Juan, I called loudly, but he did not answer. I had an overpowering feeling of impotence and despair. I wanted to get up. I said, "Up," again and again, as if that were the magic word that would make me move. Nothing happened. I had an attack of frustration and I went through a sort of tantrum. I wanted to beat my head against the floor and weep. I spent excruciating moments in which I wanted to move or talk and I could not do either. I was truly mobile, paralyzed. "Don Juan, help me," I finally managed to bellow. Don Juan came back and sat in front of me, laughing. He said that I was getting hysterical and that whatever I was experiencing was inconsequential. He lifted my head and, looking straight at me, said that I was having an attack of sham fear. He told me not to fret. "Your life is getting complicated," he said. "Get rid of whatever it is that is causing you to lose your temper. Stay here quietly and rearrange yourself." He placed my head on the ground. He stepped over me and all I could perceive was the shuffling of his sandals as he walked away. My first impulse was to fret again, but I could not gather the energy to work myself into it. Instead, I found myself slipping into a rare state of serenity. A great feeling of ease enveloped me. I knew what the complexity of my life was. It was my little boy. I wanted to be his father more than anything else on this earth. I liked the idea of molding his character and taking him hiking and teaching him how to live. And yet I abhorred the idea of coercing him into my way of life, but that was precisely what I would have to do, coerce him with force or with that artful set of arguments and rewards we call understanding. I must let him go, I thought. I must not cling to him. I must set him free. My thoughts brought on a terrifying feeling of melancholy. I began to weep. My eyes filled with tears and my view of the porch blurred. Suddenly I had a great urge to get up and look for Don Juan to explain to him about my little boy, and the next thing I knew, I was looking at the porch from an upright position. I turned around to face the house and found Don Juan standing in front of me. Apparently he had been standing there behind me all the time. Although I could not feel my steps, I must have walked toward him, because I moved. Don Juan came to me smiling and held me up by the armpits. His face was very close to mine. Good work," he said reassuringly. At that instant I became aware that something extraordinary was taking place right there. I had the feeling at first that I was only recollecting an event that had taken place years before. At one time in the past I had seen Don Juan's face at very close range. I had smoked his mixture and I had had the feeling then that Don Juan's face was submerged in a tank of water. It was enormous and it was luminous and it moved. The image had been so brief that I did not have time to really take stock of it. This time, however, Don Juan was holding me and his face was no more than a foot away from mine and I had time to examine it. When I stood up and turned around I definitely saw Don Juan. The Don Juan I know, definitely walked toward me and held me. But when I focused my eyes on his face I did not see Don Juan as I am accustomed to seeing him. Instead, I saw a large object in front of my eyes. I knew it was Don Juan's face, yet that knowledge was not guided by my perception. It was, rather, a logical conclusion on my part. After all, my memory confirmed that the instant before, the Don Juan I know, was holding me by the armpits. Therefore the strange, luminous object in front of me had to be Don Juan's face. There was a familiarity to it, yet it had no resemblance to what I would call Don Juan's real face. What I was looking at was a round object which had a luminosity of its own. Every part in it moved. I perceived a contained undulatory, rhythmical flow. It was as if the flowing was enclosed within itself, never moving beyond its limits, and yet the object in front of my eyes was oozing with movement at any place on its surface. The thought that occurred to me was that it oozed life. In fact, it was so alive that I became engrossed looking at its movement. It was a mesmerizing fluttering. It became more and more engrossing, until I could no longer tell what the phenomenon in front of my eyes was. I experienced a sudden jolt. The luminous object became blurry, as if something were shaking it, and then it lost its glow and became solid and fleshy. I was then looking at Don Juan's familiar dark face. He was smiling placidly. The view of his real face lasted an instant, and then the face again acquired a glow, a shine, an iridescence. It was not light, as I am accustomed to perceiving light, or even a glow. Rather it was movement, an incredibly fast flickering of something. The glowing object began to bobble up and down again, and that disrupted its undulatory continuity. Its shine diminished as it shook, until it again became the solid face of Don Juan, as I see him in everyday life. At that moment I vaguely realized that Don Juan was shaking me. He was also speaking to me. I did not understand what he was saying, but as he kept on shaking me I finally heard him. "Do not stare at me. Do not stare at me," he kept saying. "Break your gaze. Break your gaze. Move your eyes away." Shaking my body seemed to force me to dislodge my steady gaze. Apparently when I did not peer intently into Don Juan's face I did not see the luminous object. When I moved my eyes away from his face and looked at it with the corner of my eye, so to speak, I could perceive his solidity. That is to say, I could perceive a three-dimensional person. Without really looking at him I could, in fact, perceive his whole body. But when I focus my gaze, the face became at once the luminous object. "Do not look at me at all," Don Juan said gravely. I moved my eyes away and looked at the ground. "Do not fix your gaze on anything," Don Juan said imperatively, and stepped aside in order to help me walk. I did not feel my steps and could not figure out how I performed the act of walking, yet with Don Juan holding me by the armpit, we moved all the way to the back of his house. We stopped by the irrigation ditch. "Now gaze at the water," Don Juan ordered me. I looked at the water but I could not gaze at it. Somehow the movement of the current distracted me. Don Juan kept on urging me in a joking manner to exercise my gazing powers, but I could not concentrate. I gazed at Don Juan's face once again, but the glow did not become apparent anymore. I began to experience a strange itching on my body, the sensation of a limb that has fallen asleep. The muscles of my legs began to twitch. Don Juan shoved me into the water and I tumbled down all the way to the bottom. He had apparently held my right hand as he pushed me, and when I hit the shallow bottom he pulled me up again. It took a long time for me to regain control over myself. When we got back to his house hours later, I asked him to explain my experience. As I put on my dry clothes I excitedly described what I had perceived, but he discarded my entire account, saying that there was nothing of importance in it. "Big deal," he said, mocking me, "you saw a glow, big deal." I insisted on an explanation and he got up and said he had to leave. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. The next day I insisted again on discussing my peculiar experience. "Was it seeing, Don Juan?" I asked. He remained quiet, smiling mysteriously, as I kept pressing him to answer me. "Let us say that seeing is somewhat like that," he finally said. "You were gazing at my face and saw it shining, but it was still my face. It just happens that the little smoke makes one gaze like that. Nothing to it." "But in what way would seeing be different?" "When you see there are no longer familiar features in the world. Everything is new. Everything has never happened before. The world is incredible." "Why do you say incredible, Don Juan? What makes it incredible?" "Nothing is any longer familiar. Everything you gaze at becomes nothing. Yesterday you did not see. You gazed at my face and, since you like me, you noticed my glow. I was not monstrous, like the Guardian, but beautiful and interesting. But you did not see me. I did not become nothing in front of you. And yet you did well. You took the first real step toward seeing. The only drawback was that you focused on me, and in that case I am no better than the Guardian for you. You succumbed in both instances, and did not see. Do things disappear? How do they become nothing? Things do not disappear. They do not vanish, if that is what you mean. They simply become nothing and yet they are still there. How can that be possible, Don Juan? You have the damnedest insistence on talking, Don Juan exclaimed with a serious face. I think we did not hit it right about your promise. Perhaps what you really promised was to never, ever stop talking. Don Juan's tone was severe. The look in his face was concerned. I wanted to laugh but I did not dare. I believed that Don Juan was serious, but he was not. He began to laugh. I told him that if I did not talk I got very nervous. "Let us walk, then," he said. He took me to the mouth of a canyon at the bottom of the hills. It was about an hour's walk. We rested for a short while and then he guided me through the thick desert underbrush to a water hole, that is, to a spot he said was a water hole. It was as dry as any other spot in the surrounding area. "Sit in the middle of the water hole," he ordered me. I obeyed and sat down. "Are you going to sit here too?" I asked. I saw him fixing a place to sit some 20 yards from the center of the water hole. against the rocks on the side of the mountain. He said he was going to watch me from there. I was sitting with my knees against my chest. He corrected my position and told me to sit with my left leg tucked under my seat and my right one bent, with the knee in an upward position. My right arm had to be by my side with my fist resting on the ground, while my left arm was crossed over my chest. He told me to face him and stay there, relaxed but not abandoned. He then took a sort of whitish cord from his pouch. It looked like a big loop. He looped it around his neck and stretched it with his left hand until it was taut. He plucked the tight string with his right hand. It made a dull, vibratory sound. He relaxed his grip and looked at me and told me that I had to yell a specific word if I began to feel that something was coming at me when he plucked the string. I asked what was supposed to come at me and he told me to shut up. He signaled me with his hand that he was going to commence. He said that if something came at me in a very menacing way I had to adopt a fighting form that he had taught me years before, which consisted of dancing, beating the ground with the tip of the left foot, while I slapped my right thigh vigorously. The fighting form was part of a defense technique used in cases of extreme distress and danger. I had a moment of genuine apprehension. I wanted to inquire about the reason for our being there, but he did not give me time and began plucking the string. He did it various times at regular intervals of perhaps 20 seconds. I noticed that as he kept plucking the string he augmented the tension. I could clearly see that his arms and neck were shivering under the stress. The sound became more clear and I realized then that he added a peculiar yell every time he plucked the string. The combined sound of the tense string and the human voice produced a weird, unearthly reverberation. I did not feel anything coming at me. But the sight of Don Juan's exertion and the eerie sound he was producing had me almost in a state of trance. Don Juan relaxed his grip and looked at me. While he played, his back was turned to me and he was facing the southeast, as I was. When he relaxed, he faced me. "Do not look at me when I play," he said. "Do not close your eyes, though. Not for anything. Look at the ground in front of you and listen." He tensed the string again and began playing. I looked at the ground and concentrated on the sound he was making. I had never heard the sound before in my life. I became very frightened. The eerie reverberation filled the narrow canyon and began to echo. In fact, the sound Don Juan was making was coming back to me as an echo from all around the canyon walls. Don Juan must have also noticed that and increased the tension of his string. Although Don Juan had changed the pitch, the echo seemed to subside. And then it seemed to concentrate on one point, toward the southeast. Don Juan reduced the tension of the string by degrees, until I heard a final dull twang. He put the string inside his pouch and walked toward me. He helped me stand up. I noticed then that the muscles of my arms and legs were stiff, like rocks. I was literally soaked in perspiration. I had no idea I had been perspiring so heavily. Drops of sweat ran into my eyes and made them burn. Don Juan practically dragged me out of the place. I tried to say something but he put his hand over my mouth. Instead of leaving the canyon the way we had come in, Don Juan made a detour. We climbed the side of the mountain and ended up in some hills very far from the mouth of the canyon. We walked in dead silence to his house. It was already dark by the time we got there. I tried to talk again but Don Juan put his hand on my mouth once more. We did not eat and did not light the kerosene lantern. Don Juan put my mat in his room and pointed at it with his chin. I understood it as a gesture that I should lie down and go to sleep. "I have the proper thing for you to do," Don Juan said to me as soon as I woke up the next morning. "You will start it today. There is not much time, you know." After a very long, uneasy pause I felt compelled to ask him, "What did you have me doing in the canyon yesterday?" Don Juan giggled like a child. "I just tapped the spirit of that water hole," he said. "That type of spirit should be tapped when the water hole is dry, when the spirit has retreated into the mountains. Yesterday I, let us say, woke him up from his slumber. But he did not mind it and pointed to your lucky direction. His voice came from that direction." Don Juan pointed toward the southeast. "What was the string you played, Don Juan?" "A spirit catcher." "Can I look at it?" "No. But I will make you one. Or better yet, you will make one for yourself someday, when you learn to see." "What is it made of, Don Juan?" "Mine is a wild boar. When you get one you will realize that it is alive and can teach you the different sounds it likes. With practice you will get to know your spirit catcher so well that together you will make sounds full of power." "Why did you take me to look for the spirit of the water hole, Don Juan?" "You will know that very soon." Around 11:30 a.m. we sat under his ramada, where he prepared his pipe for me to smoke. He told me to stand up when my body was quite numb. I did that with great ease. He helped me walk around. I was surprised at my control. I actually walked twice around the ramada by myself. Don Juan stayed by my side but did not guide me or support me. Then he took me by the arm and walked me to the irrigation ditch. He made me sit on the edge of the bank and ordered me imperatively to gaze at the water and think of nothing else. I tried to focus my gaze on the water but its movement distracted me. My mind and my eyes began to wander onto other features of the immediate surroundings. Don Juan bobbed my head up and down and ordered me again to gaze only at the water and not think at all. He said it was difficult to stare at the moving water and that one had to keep on trying. I tried 3 times and every time I became distracted by something else. Don Juan very patiently shook my head every time. Finally I noticed that my mind and my eyes were focusing on the water, in spite of its movement. I was becoming immersed in my view of its liquidness. The water became slightly different. It seemed to be heavier and uniformly grayish-green. I could notice the ripples it made as it moved. The ripples were extremely sharp. And then, suddenly, I had the sensation that I was not looking at a mass of moving water but at a picture of water, What I had in front of my eyes was a frozen segment of the running water. The ripples were immobile. I could look at every one of them. Then they began to acquire a green phosphorescence and a sort of green fog oozed out of them. The fog expanded in ripples, and as it moved, its greenness became more brilliant until it was a dazzling radiance that covered everything. I do not know how long I stayed by the irrigation ditch. Don Juan did not interrupt me. I was immersed in the green glow of the fog. I could sense it all around me. It soothed me. I had no thoughts, no feelings. All I had was a quiet awareness, the awareness of a brilliant, soothing greenness. Being extremely cold and damp was the next thing I became aware of. Gradually I realized that I was submerged in the irrigation ditch. At one moment the water slipped inside my nose, and I swallowed it and it made me cough. I had an annoying itch inside my nose and I sneezed repeatedly. I stood up and had such a forceful and loud sneeze that I also farted. Don Juan clapped his hands and laughed. "If a body farts, it is alive," he said. He signaled me to follow him and we walked to his house. I thought of keeping quiet. In a way, I expected to be in a detached and morose mood, but I really did not feel tired or melancholy. I felt rather buoyant and changed my clothes very rapidly. I began to whistle. Don Juan looked at me curiously and pretended to be surprised. He opened his mouth and his eyes. His gesture was very funny and I laughed quite a bit longer than it called for. "You are cracking up," he said, and laughed very hard himself. I explained to him that I did not want to fall into the habit of feeling morose after using his smoking mixture. I told him that after he had taken me out of the irrigation ditch, during my attempts to meet the guardian, I had become convinced that I could see if I stared at things around me long enough. "Seeing is not a matter of looking and keeping quiet," he said. "Seeing is a technique one has to learn. Or maybe it is a technique some of us already know." He peered at me as if to insinuate that I was one of those who already knew the technique. "Are you strong enough to walk?" he asked. I said I felt fine, which I did. I was not hungry, although I had not eaten all day. Don Juan put some bread and some pieces of dry meat in a knapsack, handed it to me, and gestured with his head for me to follow. "Where are we going?" I asked. He pointed toward the hills with a slight movement of his head. We headed for the same canyon where the water hole was, but we did not enter it. Don Juan climbed onto the rocks to our right, at the very mouth of the canyon. We went up the hill. The sun was almost on the horizon. It was a mild day, but I felt hot and suffocated. I could hardly breathe. Don Juan was quite a way ahead of me and had to stop to let me catch up with him. He said I was in terrible physical condition and that it was perhaps not wise to go any further. He let me rest for about an hour. He selected a slick, almost round boulder and told me to lie there. He arranged my body on the rock. He told me to stretch my arms and legs and let them hang loose. My back was slightly arched and my neck relaxed, so that my head also hung loose. He made me stay in that position for perhaps 15 minutes. Then he told me to uncover my abdominal region. He carefully selected some branches and leaves and heaped them over my naked belly. I felt an instantaneous warmth all over my body. Don Juan then took me by the feet and turned me until my head was toward the southeast. "Now let us call that spirit of the water hole," he said. I tried to turn my head to look at him. He held me vigorously by the hair and said that I was in a very vulnerable position and in a terribly weak physical state and had to remain quiet and motionless. He had put all those special branches on my belly to protect me and was going to remain next to me in case I could not take care of myself. He was standing next to the top of my head, and if I rolled my eyes I could see him. He took his string and tensed it and then realized I was looking at him by rolling my eyes way into my forehead. He gave me a snappy tap on the head with his knuckles and ordered me to look at the sky, not to close my eyes, and to concentrate on the sound. He added, as if on second thought, that I should not hesitate to yell the word he had taught me if I felt something was coming at me. Don Juan and his spirit catcher began with a low-tensioned wang. He slowly increased the tension, and I began to hear a sort of reverberation first, and then a definite echo which came consistently from a southeasterly direction. The tension increased. Don Juan and his spirit catcher were perfectly matched. The string produced a low-range note and Don Juan magnified it, increasing its intensity until it was a penetrating cry, a howling call. The apex was an eerie shriek, inconceivable from the point of view of my own experience. The sound reverberated in the mountains and echoed back to us. I fancied it was coming directly toward me. I felt it had something to do with the temperature of my body. Before Don Juan started his calls I had been very warm and comfortable, but during the highest point of his calls I became chilled. My teeth chattered uncontrollably and I truly had the sensation that something was coming at me. At one point I noticed that the sky had become very dark. I had not been aware of the sky although I was looking at it. I had a moment of intense panic and I yelled the word Don Juan had taught me. Don Juan immediately began to decrease the tension of his eerie calls, but that did not bring me any relief. "Cover your ears," Don Juan mumbled imperatively. I covered them with my hands. After some minutes Don Juan stopped altogether and came around to my side. After he had taken the branches and leaves off my belly, he helped me up and carefully put them on the rock where I had been lying. He made a fire with them, and while it burned he rubbed my stomach with other leaves from his pouch. He put his hand on my mouth when I was about to tell him that I had a terrible headache. We stayed there until all the leaves had burned. It was fairly dark by then. We walked down the hill and I got sick to my stomach. While we were walking along the irrigation ditch, Don Juan said that I had done enough and I should not stay around. I asked him to explain what the spirit of the water hole was, but he gestured me to be quiet. He said that we would talk about it some other time. Then he deliberately changed the subject and gave me a long explanation about seeing I said it was regrettable that I could not write in the darkness. He seemed very pleased and said that most of the time I did not pay attention to what he had to say because I was so determined to write everything down. He spoke about seeing as a process independent of the allies and the techniques of sorcery. A sorcerer was a person who could command an ally, and who could thus manipulate an ally's power to his advantage. But the fact that he commanded an ally did not mean that he could see. I reminded him that he had told me before that it was impossible to see unless one had an ally. Don Juan very calmly replied that he had come to the conclusion it was possible to see and yet not command an ally. He felt there was no reason why not, since seeing had nothing to do with the manipulatory techniques of sorcery, which served only to act upon our fellow men. The techniques of seeing, on the other hand, had no effect on men. My thoughts were very clear. I experienced no fatigue or drowsiness and no longer had an uncomfortable feeling in my stomach, as I walked with Don Juan. I was terribly hungry, and when we got to his house I gorged myself with food. Afterwards I asked him to tell me more about the techniques of seeing. He smiled broadly at me and said that I was again myself. "How is it," I said, "that the techniques of seeing have no effect on our fellow men?" "I have told you already," he said, "seeing is not sorcery. Yet one may easily confuse them, because a man who sees can learn, in no time at all, to manipulate an ally and may become a sorcerer. On the other hand, a man may learn certain techniques in order to command an ally and thus become a sorcerer, and yet he may never learn to see. Besides, seeing is contrary to sorcery. Seeing makes one realize the unimportance of it all." "The unimportance of what, Don Juan?" "The unimportance of everything." We did not say anything else. I felt very relaxed and did not want to speak any more. I was lying on my back on a straw mat. I had made a pillow with my windbreaker. I felt comfortable and happy and wrote my notes for hours in the light of the kerosene lantern. Suddenly Don Juan spoke again. "Today you did very well," he said. "You did very well at the water. The spirit of the water hole likes you and helped you all the way." I realized then that I had forgotten to recount my experience to him. I began to describe the way I had perceived the water. He did not let me continue. He said that he knew I had perceived a green fog. I felt compelled to ask, "How did you know that, Don Juan?" "I saw you." "What did I do?" "Nothing. You sat there and gazed into the water and finally you perceived the green mist." "Was it seeing?" "No. But it was very close. You were getting close." I got very excited. I wanted to know more about it. He laughed and made fun of my eagerness. He said that anyone could perceive the green fog because it was like the guardian, something that was unavoidably there, so there was no great accomplishment in perceiving it. When I said you did well, I meant that you did not fret, he said, as you did with the guardian. If you had become restless I would have had to shake your head and bring you back. Whenever a man goes into the green fog, his benefactor has to stay by him in case it begins to trap him. You can jump out of the guardian's reach by yourself, but you cannot escape the clutches of the green fog by yourself. At least not at the beginning. Later on you may learn a way to do it. Now we're trying to find out something else. What are we trying to find out? Whether you can see the water. How will I know that I have seen it, or that I am seeing it? You will know. You get confused only when you talk. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 12. Working on my notes, I had come across various questions. Is the green fog, like the guardian, something that one has to overcome in order to see? I asked Don Juan as soon as we sat down under his ramada on August 8, 1969. Yes. One must overcome everything, he said. How can I overcome the green fog? The same way you should have overcome the guardian, by letting it turn into nothing. What should I do? Nothing. For you, the green fog is something much easier than the guardian. The spirit of the water hole likes you, while it certainly was not your temperament to deal with the guardian. You never really saw the guardian. Maybe that was because I did not like it. What if I were to meet a guardian I liked? There must be some people who would regard the guardian I saw as being beautiful. Would they overcome it because they liked it? No. You still do not understand. It does not matter whether you like or dislike the guardian. As long as you have a feeling toward it, the guardian will remain the same, monstrous, beautiful, or whatever. If you have no feeling toward it, on the other hand, the guardian will become nothing and will still be there in front of you. The idea that something as colossal as the guardian could become nothing and still be in front of my eyes made absolutely no sense. I felt it was one of the illogical premises of Don Juan's knowledge. However, I also felt that if he wanted to, he could explain it to me. I insisted on asking him what he meant by that. You thought the guardian was something you knew, that is what I mean. But I did not think it was something I knew. You thought it was ugly. Its size was awesome. It was a monster. You know what all those things are. So the guardian was always something you knew, and as long as it was something you knew, you did not see it. I have told you already, the guardian had to become nothing and yet it had to stand in front of you. It had to be there and it had, at the same time, to be nothing. How could that be, Don Juan? What you say is absurd. It is. But that is seeing. There is really no way to talk about it. Seeing, as I said before, is learned by seeing. Apparently you have no problem with water. You nearly saw it the other day. Water is your hinge. All you need now is to perfect your technique of seeing. You have a powerful helper in the spirit of the water hole. That is another burning question I have, Don Juan. You may have all the burning questions you want, but we cannot talk about the spirit of the water hole in this vicinity. In fact, it is better not to think about it at all. Not at all. Otherwise the spirit will trap you, and if that happens there is nothing a living man can do to help you. So keep your mouth shut and keep your thoughts on something else. Around 10 o'clock the next morning Don Juan took his pipe out of its sheath, filled it with smoking mixture, then handed it to me and told me to carry it to the bank of the stream. Holding the pipe with both hands, I managed to unbutton my shirt and put the pipe inside and hold it tight. Don Juan carried 2 straw mats and a small tray with coals. It was a warm day. We sat on the mats in the shade of a small grove of briar trees at the very edge of the water. Don Juan placed a charcoal inside the pipe bowl and told me to smoke. I did not have any apprehension or any feeling of elation. I remembered that during my second attempt to see the guardian, after Don Juan had explained its nature, I had had a unique sensation of wonder and awe. This time, however, although Don Juan had made me cognizant of the possibility of actually seeing the water, I was not involved emotionally, I was only curious. Don Juan made me smoke twice the amount I had smoked during previous attempts. At a given moment he leaned over and whispered in my right ear that he was going to teach me how to use the water in order to move. I felt his face very close, as if he had put his mouth next to my ear. He told me not to gaze into the water, but to focus my eyes on the surface and keep them fixed until the water turned into a green fog. He repeated over and over that I had to put all my attention on the fog until I could not detect anything else. Look at the water in front of you, I heard him saying, but do not let its sound carry you anywhere. If you let the sound of the water carry you, I may never be able to find you and bring you back. Now get into the green fog and listen to my voice. I heard and understood him with extraordinary clarity. I began looking at the water fixedly, and had a very peculiar sensation of physical pleasure, an itch, an undefined happiness. I stared for a long time but did not detect the green fog. I felt that my eyes were getting out of focus and I had to struggle to keep looking at the water. Finally I could not control my eyes any longer and I must have closed them, or blinked, or perhaps I just lost my capacity to focus. At any rate, at that very moment the water became fixed, it ceased to move. It seemed to be a painting. The ripples were immobile. Then the water began to fizzle. It was as if it had carbonated particles that exploded at once. For an instant I saw the fizzling as a slow expansion of green matter. It was a silent explosion. The water burst into a brilliant green mist, which expanded until it had enveloped me. I remained suspended in it until a very sharp, sustained, shrill noise shook everything. The fog seemed to congeal into the usual features of the water surface. The shrill noise was Don Juan yelling, "Hey!" close to my ear. He told me to pay attention to his voice and go back into the fog and wait there until he called me. I said, "Okay," in English and heard the cackling noise of his laughter. "Please, do not talk," he said, "do not give me any more OKs." I could hear him very well. The sound of his voice was melodious and above all friendly. I knew that without thinking. It was a conviction that struck me and then passed. Don Juan's voice ordered me to focus all my attention on the fog but not abandon myself to it. He said repeatedly that a warrior did not abandon himself to anything, not even to his death. I became immersed in the mist again and noticed that it was not fog at all, or at least it was not what I conceive fog to be like. The fog-like phenomenon was composed of tiny bubbles, round objects that came into my field of vision and moved out of it with a floating quality. I watched their movement for a while, then a loud, distant noise jolted my attention and I lost my capacity to focus and could no longer perceive the tiny bubbles. All I was aware of then was a green, amorphous, fog-like glow. I heard the loud noise again and the jolt it gave dispelled the fog at once and I found myself looking at the water of the irrigation ditch. Then I heard it again much closer. It was Don Juan's voice. He was telling me to pay attention to him, because his voice was my only guide. He ordered me to look at the bank of the stream and at the vegetation directly in front of me. I saw some reeds and a space which was clear of reeds. It was a small cove on the bank, a place where Don Juan steps across to plunge his bucket and fill it with water. After a few moments Don Juan ordered me to return to the fog and asked me again to pay attention to his voice, because he was going to guide me so I could learn how to move. He said that once I saw the bubbles I should board one of them and let it carry me. I obeyed him and was at once surrounded by the green mist, and then I saw the tiny bubbles. I heard Don Juan's voice again as a very strange and frightening rumble. Immediately upon hearing it I began losing my capacity to perceive the bubbles. "Mount one of those bubbles," I heard him saying. I struggled to maintain my perception of the green bubbles and still hear his voice. I do not know how long I fought to do that, when suddenly I was aware that I could listen to him and still keep sight of the bubbles, which kept on passing through, floating slowly out of my field of perception. Don Juan's voice kept on urging me to follow one of them and mount it. I wondered how I was supposed to do that and automatically I voiced the word, "How?" I felt that the word was very deep inside me and as it came out it carried me to the surface. The word was like a buoy that emerged out of my depth. I heard myself saying, "How?" and I sounded like a dog howling. Don Juan howled back, also like a dog, and then he made some coyote sounds, and laughed. I thought it was very funny and I actually laughed. Don Juan told me very calmly to let myself become affixed to a bubble by following it. "Go back again," he said, "go into the fog. Into the fog." I went back and noticed that the movement of the bubbles had slowed down and they had become as large as basketballs. In fact, they were so large and slow that I could examine any one of them in great detail. They were not really bubbles, not like a soap bubble, nor like a balloon, nor any spherical container. They were not containers, yet they were contained. Nor were they round, although when I first perceived them I could have sworn they were round and the image that came to my mind was, bubbles. I viewed them as if I were looking through a window, that is, The frame of the window did not allow me to follow them but only permitted me to view them coming into and going out of my field of perception. When I ceased to view them as bubbles, however, I was capable of following them. In the act of following them I became affixed to one of them and I floated with it. I truly felt I was moving. In fact, I was the bubble, or that thing which resembled a bubble. Then I heard the shrill sound of Don Juan's voice. It jolted me and I lost my feeling of being it. The sound was extremely frightening. It was a remote voice, very metallic, as if he were talking through a loudspeaker. I made out some of the words. "Look at the banks," he said. I saw a very large body of water. The water was rushing. I could hear the noise it made. "Look at the banks," Don Juan ordered me again. I saw a concrete wall. The sound of the water became terribly loud. The sound engulfed me. Then it ceased instantaneously, as if it had been cut off. I had the sensation of blackness, of sleep. I became aware that I was immersed in the irrigation ditch. Don Juan was splashing water in my face as he hummed. Then he submerged me in the ditch. He pulled my head up, over the surface, and let me rest it on the bank as he held me by the back of my shirt collar. I had a most pleasant sensation in my arms and legs. I stretched them. My eyes were tired and they itched. I lifted my right hand to rub them. It was a difficult movement. My arm seemed to be heavy. I could hardly lift it out of the water, but when I did, my arm came out covered with a most astonishing mass of green mist. I held my arm in front of my eyes. I could see its contour as a darker mass of green surrounded by a most intense greenish glow. I got to my feet in a hurry and stood in the middle of the stream and looked at my body. My chest, arms, and legs were green, deep green. The hue was so intense that it gave me the feeling of a viscous substance. I looked like a figurine Don Juan had made for me years before out of a datura root. Don Juan told me to come out. I noticed an urgency in his voice. "I am green," I said. "Cut it out," he said imperatively, "you have no time. Get out of there. The water is about to trap you. Get out of it. Out. Out." I panicked and jumped out. "This time you must tell me everything that took place," he said matter-of-factly, as soon as we sat facing each other inside his room. He was not interested in the sequence of my experience. He wanted to know only what I had encountered when he told me to look at the bank. He was interested in details. I described the wall I had seen. "Was the wall to your left or to your right?" he asked. I told him that the wall had really been in front of me. But he insisted that it had to be either to the left or to the right. "When you first saw it, where was it? Close your eyes and do not open them until you have remembered." He stood up and turned my body while I had my eyes closed until he had me facing east, the same direction I had faced when I was sitting in front of the stream. He asked me in which direction I had moved. I said I had moved onward, ahead, in front of me. He insisted that I should remember and concentrate on the tune when I was still viewing the water as bubbles. Which way did they flow? He asked. Don Juan urged me to recall, and finally I had to admit that the bubbles had seemed to be moving to my right. Yet I was not as absolutely sure as he wanted me to be. Under his probing I began to realize that I was incapable of classifying my perception. The bubbles had moved to my right when I first viewed them, but when they became larger they flowed everywhere. Some of them seemed to be coming directly at me, others seemed to go in every possible direction. There were bubbles moving above and below me. In fact, they were all around me. I recollected hearing their fizzing, thus I must have perceived them with my ears as well as with my eyes. When the bubbles became so large that I was able to mount one of them, I saw them rubbing each other like balloons. My excitement increased as I recollected the details of my perception. Don Juan, however, was completely uninterested. I told him that I had seen the bubbles fizzing. It was not a purely auditory or purely visual effect, but something undifferentiated, yet crystal clear. The bubbles rasped against each other. I did not see or hear their movement, I felt it, I was part of the sound and the motion. As I recounted my experience I became deeply moved. I held his arm and shook it in an outburst of great agitation. I had realized that the bubbles had no outer limit, nonetheless, they were contained and their edges changed shape and were uneven and jagged. The bubbles merged and separated with great speed. Yet their movement was not dazzling. Their movement was fast and at the same time slow. Another thing I remembered, as I recounted my experience, was the quality of color that the bubbles seemed to possess. They were transparent and very bright and seemed almost green, although it was not a hue, as I am accustomed to perceiving hues. You are stalling, Don Juan said, those things are not important. You are dwelling on the wrong items. The direction is the only important issue. I could only remember that I had moved without any point of reference, but Don Juan concluded that since the bubbles had flowed consistently to my right south at the beginning, the south was the direction with which I had to be concerned. He again urged me imperatively to recollect whether the wall was to my right or my left. I strained to remember. When Don Juan called me, and I surfaced, so to speak, I think I had the wall to my left. I was very close to it and was able to distinguish the grooves and protuberances of the wooden armature or mold into which the concrete had been poured. Very thin strips of wood had been used and the pattern they had created was compact. The wall was very high. One end of it was visible to me, and I noticed that it did not have a corner but curved around. He sat in silence for a moment, as if he were thinking how to decipher the meaning of my experience. He finally said that I had not accomplished a great deal, that I had fallen short of what he expected me to do. What was I supposed to do? He did not answer but made a puckering gesture with his lips. You did very well, he said. Today you learned that a brujo uses the water to move. But did I see? He looked at me with a curious expression. He rolled his eyes and said that I had to go into the green mist a good many times until I could answer that question myself. He changed the direction of our conversation in a subtle way, saying I had not really learned how to move using the water, but I had learned that a brujo could do that, and he had deliberately told me to look at the bank of the stream so I could check my movement. You moved very fast, he said, as fast as a man who knows how to perform this technique. I had a hard time keeping up with you. I begged him to explain what had happened to me from the beginning. He laughed, shaking his head slowly as though in disbelief. You always insist on knowing things from the beginning, he said, but there is no beginning, the beginning is only in your thought. I think the beginning was when I sat on the bank and smoked, I said. But before you smoked I had to figure out what to do with you, he said. I would have to tell you what I did and I cannot do that, because it would take me to still another point. So perhaps things would be clearer to you if you did not think about beginnings. Then tell me what happened after I sat on the bank and smoked. I think you have told me that already, he said, laughing. Was anything I did of any importance, Don Juan? He shrugged his shoulders. You followed my directions very well and had no problem getting into and out of the fog. Then you listened to my voice and returned to the surface every time I called you. That was the exercise. The rest was very easy. You simply let the fog carry you. You behaved as though you knew what to do. When you were very far away I called you again and made you look at the bank, so you would know how far you had gone. Then I pulled you back. You mean, Don Juan, that I really traveled in the water? You did. And very far too. How far? You would not believe it. I tried to coax him into telling me, but he dropped the subject and said he had to leave for a while. I insisted that he should at least give me a hint. I do not like to be kept in the dark, I said. You keep yourself in the dark, he said. Think about the wall you saw. Sit down here on your mat and remember every detail of it. Then perhaps you yourself may discover how far you went. All I know now is that you traveled very far. I know that because I had a terrible time pulling you back. If I had not been around, you might have wandered off and never returned, in which case all that would be left of you now would be your dead body on the side of the stream. Or perhaps you might have returned by yourself. With you I am not sure. So judging by the effort it took me to bring you back, I would say you were clearly in. He made a long pause, he stared at me in a friendly way. I would go as far as the mountains of central Mexico, he said. I do not know how far you would go, perhaps as far as Los Angeles, or perhaps even as far as Brazil. Don Juan returned the next day late in the afternoon. In the meantime I had written down everything I could recollect about my perception. While I wrote, it occurred to me to follow the banks up and down the stream in each direction and corroborate whether I had actually seen a feature on either side that might have elicited in me the image of a wall. I conjectured that Don Juan might have made me walk, in a state of stupor, and then might have made me focus my attention on some wall on the way. In the hours that elapsed between the tune I first detected the fog and the time I got out of the ditch and went back to his house, I calculated that if he had made me walk, we could have walked, at the most, 2.5 miles. So I followed the banks of the stream for about 3 miles in each direction, carefully observing every feature which might have been pertinent to my vision of the wall. The stream was, as far as I could tell, a plain canal used for irrigation. It was 4 to 5 feet wide throughout its length, and I could not find any visible features in it that would have reminded me or forced the image of a concrete wall. When Don Juan arrived at his house in the late afternoon, I accosted him and insisted on reading my account to him. He refused to listen and made me sit down. He sat facing me. He was not smiling. He seemed to be thinking, judging by the penetrating look in his eyes, which were fixed above the horizon. "I think you must be aware by now," he said in a tone that was suddenly very severe, "that everything is mortally dangerous. The water is as deadly as the guardian. If you do not watch out, the water will trap you. It nearly did that yesterday. But in order to be trapped, a man has to be willing. There is your trouble. You are willing to abandon yourself." I did not know what he was talking about. His attack on me had been so sudden that I was disoriented. I feebly asked him to explain himself. He reluctantly mentioned that he had gone to the water canyon and had seen the spirit of the water hole, and had the profound conviction I had flubbed my chances to see the water. "How?" I asked, truly baffled. "The spirit is a force," he said, "and as such, it responds only to strength. You cannot indulge in its presence." "When did I indulge?" "Yesterday, when you became green in the water." "I did not indulge. I thought it was a very important moment, and I told you what was happening to me." "Who are you to think or decide what is important? You know nothing about the forces you are tapping. The spirit of the water hole exists out there and could have helped you. In fact, it was helping you until you flubbed it. Now I do not know what will be the outcome of your doings. You have succumbed to the force of the water hole spirit, and now it can take you any time. Was it wrong to look at myself turning green? You abandoned yourself. You willed to abandon yourself. That was wrong. I have told you this already, and I will repeat it again. You can survive in the world of a brujo only if you are a warrior. A warrior treats everything with respect and does not trample on anything unless he has to. You did not treat the water with respect yesterday. Usually you behave very well. However, yesterday you abandoned yourself to your death, like a goddamned fool. A warrior does not abandon himself to anything, not even to his death. A warrior is not a willing partner, a warrior is not available, and if he involves himself with something, you can be sure that he is aware of what he is doing. I did not know what to say. Don Juan was almost angry. That disturbed me. Don Juan had rarely behaved in such a way with me. I told him that I truly had no idea I was doing something wrong. After some minutes of tense silence, he took off his hat and smiled and told me that I had gained control over my indulging self. He stressed that I had to avoid water and keep it from touching the surface of my body for 3 or 4 months. I do not think I could go without taking a shower, I said. Don Juan laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. You cannot go without a shower. At times you are so weak I think you are putting me on. But it is not a joke. At times you really have no control and the forces of your life take you freely. I raised the point that it was humanly impossible to be controlled at all times. He maintained that for a warrior there was nothing out of control. I brought up the idea of accidents and said that what happened to me at the water canal could certainly be classed as an accident, since I neither meant it nor was I aware of my improper behavior. I talked about different people who had misfortunes that could be explained as accidents. I talked especially about Lucas, a very fine old Yaqui man who had suffered a serious injury when the truck he was driving overturned. It seems to me it is impossible to avoid accidents, I said. No man can control everything around him. True, Don Juan said cuttingly, but not everything is an unavoidable accident. Lucas does not live like a warrior. If he did, he would know that he is waiting, and what he is waiting for, and he would not have driven that truck while he was drunk. He crashed against the rock side of the road because he was drunk, and mangled his body for nothing. Life for a warrior is an exercise in strategy, Don Juan went on, but you want to find the meaning of life. A warrior does not care about meanings. If Lucas lived like a warrior and he had a chance to, as we all have a chance to, he would set his life strategically. Thus if he could not avoid an accident that crushed his ribs, he would have found means to offset that handicap, or avoid its consequences, or battle against them. If Lucas were a warrior he would not be sitting in his dingy house dying of starvation. He would be battling to the end. I posed an alternative to Don Juan, using him as an example, and asked him what would be the outcome if he himself were to be involved in an accident that severed his legs. If I cannot help it, and lose my legs, he said, I will not be able to be a man anymore, so I will join that which is waiting for me out there. He made a sweeping gesture with his hand to point all around him. I argued that he had misunderstood me. I had meant to point out that it was impossible for any single individual to foresee all the variables involved in his day-to-day actions. All I can say to you, Don Juan said, is that a warrior is never available, never is he standing on the road waiting to be clobbered. Thus he cuts to a minimum his chances of the unforeseen. What you call accidents are, most of the time, very easy to avoid, except for fools who are living helter-skelter. It is not possible to live strategically all the time, I said. Imagine that someone is waiting for you with a powerful rifle with a telescopic sight. He could spot you accurately 500 yards away. What would you do? Don Juan looked at me with an air of disbelief and then broke into laughter. What would you do? I urged him. If someone is waiting for me with a rifle with a telescopic sight? He said, obviously mocking me. If someone is hiding out of sight, waiting for you, you will not have a chance. You cannot stop a bullet. No. I cannot. But I still do not understand your point. My point is that all your strategy cannot be of any help in a situation like that. Oh, but it can. If someone is waiting for me with a powerful rifle with a telescopic sight, I simply will not come around. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 13. My next attempt at seeing took place on September 3, 1969. Don Juan made me smoke 2 bowls of the mixture. The immediate effects were identical to those I had experienced during previous attempts. I remember that when my body was thoroughly numb, Don Juan held me by my right armpit and made me walk into the thick desert chaparral that grows for miles around his house. I cannot recollect what I or Don Juan did after we entered the brush, nor can I recall how long we walked. At a certain moment I found I was sitting on top of a small hill. Don Juan was sitting on my left side, touching me. I could not feel him, but I could see him with the corner of my eye. I had the feeling that he had been talking to me, although I could not remember his words. Yet I felt I knew exactly what he had said, in spite of the fact that I could not bring it back into my clear memory. I had the sensation that his words were like the cars of a train which was moving away, and his last word was like a square caboose. I knew what that last word was, but I could not say it or think clearly about it. It was a state of half-wakefulness with a dreamlike image of a train of words. Then very faintly I heard Don Juan's voice talking to me. "Now you must look at me," he said as he turned my head to face him. He repeated the statement 3 or 4 times. I looked and detected right away the same glowing effect I had perceived twice before while looking at his face. It was a mesmerizing movement, an undulatory shift of light within contained areas. There were no definite boundaries to those areas, and yet the waving light never spilled over but moved within invisible limits. I scanned the glowing object in front of me, and immediately it started to lose its glow and the familiar features of Don Juan's face emerged, or rather became superimposed on the fading glow. I must have then focused my gaze again. Don Juan's features faded and the glow intensified. I had placed my attention on an area which must have been his left eye. I noticed that there the movement of the glow was not contained. I detected something perhaps resembling explosions of sparks. The explosions were rhythmical and actually sent out something like particles of light that flew out with apparent force toward me and then retreated as if they were rubber fibers. Don Juan must have turned my head around. Suddenly I found myself looking at a plowed field. "Now look ahead," I heard Don Juan saying. In front of me, perhaps 200 yards away, was a large, long hill. Its entire slope had been plowed. Horizontal furrows ran parallel to each other from the bottom to the very top of the hill. I noticed that in the plowed field there were quantities of small rocks and 3 huge boulders that interrupted the linearity of the furrows. There were some bushes right in front of me which prevented me from observing the details of a ravine or water canyon at the bottom of the hill. From where I was, the canyon appeared as a deep cut, with green vegetation markedly different from the barren hill. The greenness seemed to be trees that grew in the bottom of the canyon. I felt a breeze blowing in my eyes. I had a feeling of peace and profound quietness. There were no sounds of birds or insects. Don Juan spoke to me again. It took me a moment to understand what he was saying. "Do you see a man in that field?" he kept on asking. I wanted to tell him that there was no man in that field, but I could not vocalize the words. Don Juan took my head in his hands from behind. I could see his fingers over my eyebrows and on my cheeks and made me pan over the field, moving my head slowly from right to left and then in the opposite direction. "Watch every detail. Your life may depend on it," I heard him saying over and over. He made me pan 4 times over the 180-degree visual horizon in front of me. At one moment, when he had moved my head to face the extreme left, I thought I detected something moving in the field. I had a brief perception of movement with the corner of my right eye. He began to shift my head back to my right and I was capable of focusing my gaze on the plowed field. I saw a man walking alongside the furrows. He was a plain man dressed like a Mexican peasant. He wore sandals, a pair of light gray pants, a long-sleeved beige shirt, and a straw hat, and carried a light brown bag with a strap over his right shoulder. Don Juan must have noticed that I had seen the man. He asked me repeatedly if the man was looking at me or if he was coming toward me. I wanted to tell him that the man was walking away and that his back was turned to me, but I could only say, no. Don Juan said that if the man turned and came to me I should yell and he would turn my head away in order to protect me. I had no sense of fear or apprehension or involvement. I coldly watched the scene. The man stopped walking at the middle of the field. He stood with his right foot on a ledge of a large round boulder, as if he were tying his sandal. Then he straightened up, pulled a string from his bag, and wrapped it around his left hand. He turned his back to me and, facing the top of the hill, began scanning the area in front of him. I thought he was scanning because of the way he moved his head, which he kept turning slowly to his right. I saw him in profile. And then he began to turn his whole body toward me until he was looking at me. He actually jerked his head, or moved it in such a way that I knew beyond a doubt that he had seen me. He extended his left arm in front of him, pointing to the ground, and holding his arm in that position he began to walk toward me. "He is coming," I yelled without any difficulty. Don Juan must have turned my head round, for next I was looking at the chaparral. He told me not to gaze but look lightly at things and scan over them. He said that he was going to stand a short distance in front of me and then walk toward me, and that I should gaze at him until I saw his glow. I saw Don Juan moving to a spot perhaps 20 yards away. He walked with such incredible speed and agility that I could hardly believe it was Don Juan. He turned around and faced me and ordered me to gaze at him. His face was glowing, it looked like a blotch of light. The light seemed to spill over his chest almost to the middle of his body. It was as if I were looking at a light through my half-closed eyelids. The glow seemed to expand and recede. He must have begun to walk toward me because the light became more intense and more discernible. He said something to me. I struggled to understand and lost my view of the glow, and then I saw Don Juan as I see him in everyday life. He was a couple of feet away from me. He sat down facing me. As I pinpointed ray attention on his face, I began to perceive a vague glow. Then it was as if his face were crisscrossed by thin beams of light. Don Juan's face looked as if someone were shining tiny mirrors on it. As the light became more intense, the face lost its contours and was again an amorphous glowing object. I perceived once more the effect of pulsating explosions of light emanating from an area which must have been his left eye. I did not focus my attention on it, but deliberately gazed at an adjacent area which I surmised to be his right eye. I caught at once the sight of a clear, transparent pool of light. It was a liquid light. I noticed that perceiving was more than sighting, it was feeling. The pool of dark, liquid light had an extraordinary depth. It was friendly, kind. The light that emanated from it did not explode but whirled slowly inward, creating exquisite reflections. The glow had a very lovely and delicate way of touching me, of soothing me, which gave me a sensation of exquisiteness. I saw a symmetrical ring of brilliant dashes of light that expanded rhythmically on the vertical plane of the glowing area. The ring expanded to cover nearly all the glowing surface and then contracted to a point of light in the middle of the brilliant pool. I saw the ring expanding and contracting several times. Then I deliberately moved back without losing my gaze and was capable of seeing both eyes. I distinguished the rhythm of both types of light explosions. The left eye sent out dashes of light that actually protruded out of the vertical plane, while the right eye sent out dashes that radiated without protruding. The rhythm of the two eyes was alternating. The light of the left eye exploded outward while the radiating light beams of the right eye contracted and whirled inward. Then the light of the right eye extended to cover the whole glowing surface while the exploding light of the left eye receded. Don Juan must have turned me around once more, for I was again looking at the plowed field. I heard him telling me to watch the man. The man was standing by the boulder looking at me. I could not distinguish his features, his hat covered most of his face. After a moment he tucked his bag under his right arm and began to walk away toward my right. He walked almost to the end of the plowed area, changed direction, and took a few steps toward the gully. Then I lost control of my focusing and he vanished, and so did the total scenery. The image of the desert shrubs became superimposed on it. I do not recollect how I returned to Don Juan's house, nor do I remember what he did to me to bring me back. When I woke up I was lying on my straw mat in Don Juan's room. He came to my side and helped me up. I was dizzy, my stomach was upset. Don Juan in a very quick and efficient manner dragged me to the shrubs at the side of his house. I got sick and he laughed. Afterwards I felt better. I looked at my watch, it was 11 p.m. I went back to sleep, and by 1 o'clock the next afternoon I thought I was myself again. Don Juan kept asking me how I felt. I had the sensation of being absent-minded. I could not really concentrate. I walked around the house for a while under Don Juan's close scrutiny. He followed me around. I felt there was nothing to do and I went back to sleep. I woke up in the late afternoon feeling much better. I found a great many mashed leaves around me. In fact, when I woke up I was lying on my stomach on top of a pile of leaves. Their scent was very strong. I remember becoming aware of the scent before I fully woke up. I wandered to the back and found Don Juan sitting by the irrigation ditch. When he saw me approaching he made frantic gestures to make me stop and go back into the house. "Run inside," he yelled. I ran into the house and he joined me a while later. "Do not ever come after me," he said. "If you want to see me, wait for me here." I apologized. He told me not to waste myself in silly apologies which did not have the power to cancel my acts. He said that he had had a very difficult tune bringing me back and that he had been interceding for me at the water. "We have to take a chance now and wash you in the water," he said. I assured him I felt fine. He gazed into my eyes for a long time. "Come with me," he said. "I am going to put you in the water." "I am fine," I said. "Look, I am taking notes." He pulled me up from my mat with considerable force. "Do not indulge," he said. "In no time at all you will fall asleep again. Maybe I will not be able to wake you up this time." We ran to the back of his house. Before we reached the water he told me in a most dramatic tone to shut my eyes tight and not open them until he said to. He told me that if I gazed at the water even for an instant I might die. He led me by the hand and dunked me into the irrigation ditch head first. I kept my eyes shut as he went on submerging and pulling me out of the water for hours. The change I experienced was remarkable. Whatever was wrong with me before I entered the water was so subtle that I did not really notice it until I compared it with the feeling of well-being and alertness I had while Don Juan kept me in the irrigation canal. Water got into my nose and I began to sneeze. Don Juan pulled me out and led me, with my eyes still closed, into the house. He made me change my clothes and then guided me into his room, had me sit down on my mat, arranged the direction of my body, and then told me to open my eyes. I opened them and what I saw caused me to jump back and grab onto his leg. I experienced a tremendously confusing moment. Don Juan rapped me with his knuckles on the very top of my head. It was a quick blow which was not hard or painful but somehow shocking. "What is the matter with you? What did you see?" he asked. Upon opening my eyes I had seen the same scene I had watched before. I had seen the same man. This time, however, he was almost touching me. I saw his face. There was an air of familiarity about it. I almost knew who he was. The scene vanished when Don Juan hit me on the head. I looked up at Don Juan. He had his hand ready to hit me again. He laughed and asked if I would like to get another blow. I let go of his leg and relaxed on my mat. He ordered me to look straight ahead and not to turn around for any reason in the direction of the water at the back of his house. I then noticed for the first time that it was pitch black in the room. For a moment I was not sure whether I had my eyes open. I touched them with my hands to make sure. I called Don Juan loudly and told him something was wrong with my eyes. I could not see at all, while a moment before I had seen him ready to hit me. I heard his laughter over my head to my right, and then he lit his kerosene lantern. My eyes adapted to the light in a matter of seconds. Everything was as it always had been, the wattle and daub walls of the room and the strangely contorted, dry medicinal roots hanging on them, the bundles of herbs, the thatched roof, the kerosene lantern hanging from a beam. I had seen the room hundreds of times, yet this time there was something unique about it and about myself. This was the first time I did not believe in the final reality of my perception. I had been edging toward that feeling and I had perhaps intellectualized it at various times, but never had I been at the brink of a serious doubt. This time, however, I did not believe the room was real. And for a moment I had the strange sensation that it was a scene which would vanish if Don Juan rapped me on top of my head with his knuckles. I began to shiver without being cold. Nervous spasms ran down my spine. My head felt heavy, especially in the area right above my neck. I complained that I did not feel well and told him what I had seen. He laughed at me, saying that to succumb to fright was a miserable indulgence. "You are frightened without being afraid," he said. "You saw the ally staring at you, big deal. Wait until you have him face to face before you shit in your pants." He told me to get up and walk to my car without turning around in the direction of the water, and to wait for him while he got a rope and a shovel. He made me drive to a place where we had found a tree stump. We proceeded to dig it out in the darkness. I worked terribly hard for hours. We did not get the stump out, but I felt much better. We went back to his house and ate, and things were again perfectly real and commonplace. "What happened to me?" I asked. "What did I do yesterday?" "You smoked me and then you smoked an ally," he said. "I beg your pardon?" Don Juan laughed and said that next I was going to demand that he start telling me everything from the beginning. "You smoked me," he repeated. "You gazed into my face, into my eyes. You saw the lights that mark a man's face. I'm a sorcerer, you saw that in my eyes. You did not know that, though, because this is the first time you have done it. The eyes of men are not all alike. You will soon find that out. Then you smoked an ally." "Do you mean the man in the field?" "That was not a man, that was an ally beckoning you." "Where did we go? Where were we when I saw that man, I mean that ally?" Don Juan made a gesture with his chin to point out an area in front of his house and said that he had taken me to the top of a small hill. I said that the scenery I had viewed had nothing to do with the desert chaparral around his house, and he replied that the ally that had beckoned me was not from the surroundings. "Where is it from?" "I will take you there very soon." "What is the meaning of my vision?" You were learning to see, that was all, but now you are about to lose your pants because you indulge, you have abandoned yourself to your fright. Maybe you should describe everything you saw. When I started to describe the way his own face had appeared to me, he made me stop and said that it was of no importance whatsoever. I told him that I had almost seen him as a luminous egg. He said that almost was not enough and that seeing was going to take me a great deal of time and work. He was interested in the scene of the plowed field and in every detail I could remember about the man. That ally was beckoning you, he said. I made you move your head when he came to you not because he was endangering you but because it is better to wait. You are not in a hurry. A warrior is never idle and never in a hurry. To meet an ally without being prepared is like attacking a lion with your farts. I liked the metaphor. We had a delightful moment of laughter. What would have happened if you had not moved my head? You would have had to move your head yourself. And if I did not? The ally would have come to you and scared you stiff. If you had been alone he might have killed you. It is not advisable for you to be alone in the mountains or the desert until you can defend yourself. An ally might catch you alone and make mincemeat out of you. What was the meaning of the acts he performed? By looking at you he meant he welcomes you. He showed you that you need a spirit catcher and a pouch, but not from this area. His bag was from another part of the country. You have 3 stumbling blocks in your way that make you stop. Those were the boulders. And you definitely are going to get your best powers in water canyons and gullies. The ally pointed out the gully to you. The rest of the scene was meant to help you locate the exact place to find him. I know now where the place is. I will take you there very soon. Do you mean that the scenery I saw really exists? Of course. Where? I cannot tell you that. How would I find that area? I cannot tell you that either, and not because I do not want to but because I simply do not know how to tell you. I wanted to know the meaning of seeing the same scene while I was in his room. Don Juan laughed and imitated me holding onto his leg. That was a reaffirmation that the ally wants you, he said. He made sure you or I knew that he was welcoming you. What about the face I saw? It is a familiar face to you because you know him. You have seen it before. Maybe it is the face of your death. You got frightened but that was your carelessness. He was waiting for you and when he showed up you succumbed to fright. Fortunately I was there to hit you, or he would have turned against you, which would have been only proper. To meet an ally a man must be a spotless warrior or the ally may turn against him and destroy him. Don Juan dissuaded me from going back to Los Angeles the next morning. Apparently he thought I still had not totally recovered. He insisted that I sit inside his room facing the southeast, in order to preserve my strength. He sat to my left, handed me my notebook, and said that this time I had him pinned down. He not only had to stay with me, he also had to talk to me. I have to take you to the water again in the twilight, he said. You are not solid yet, and you should not be alone today. I will keep you company all morning. In the afternoon you will be in better shape. His concern made me feel very apprehensive. What is wrong with me? I asked. You have tapped an ally. What do you mean by that? We must not talk about allies today. Let us talk about anything else. I really did not want to talk at all. I had begun to feel anxious and restless. Don Juan apparently found the situation utterly ludicrous. He laughed till the tears came. Do not tell me that at a time when you should talk you are not going to find anything to say, he said, his eyes shining with a mischievous glint. His mood was very soothing to me. There was only one topic that interested me at that moment: the ally. His face was so familiar. It was not as if I knew him, more as if I had seen him before. It was something else. Every time I began to think about his face, my mind experienced a bombardment of other thoughts, as if some part of myself knew the secret but did not allow the rest of me to come close to it. The sensation of the ally's face being familiar was so eerie that it had forced me into a state of morbid melancholy. Don Juan had said that it might have been the face of my death. I think that statement had clinched me. I wanted desperately to ask about it, and I had the clear sensation that Don Juan was holding me back. I took a couple of deep breaths and blurted out a question. What is death, Don Juan? I do not know, he said, smiling. I mean, how would you describe death? I want your opinions. I think everybody has definite opinions about death. I do not know what you are talking about. I had the Tibetan Book of the Dead in the trunk of my car. It occurred to me to use it as a topic of conversation, since it dealt with death. I said I was going to read it to him and began to get up. He made me sit down and went out and got the book himself. The morning is a bad time for sorcerers, he said as an explanation for my having to stay put. You are too weak to leave my room. Inside here you are protected. If you were to wander off now, chances are that you would find a terrible disaster. An ally could kill you on the road or in the bush, and later on when they found your body they would say that you had either died mysteriously or had an accident. I was in no position or mood to question his decisions, so I stayed put nearly all morning reading and explaining some parts of the book to him. He listened attentively and did not interrupt me at all. Twice I had to stop for short periods of time while he brought some water and food, but as soon as he was free again he urged me to continue reading. He seemed to be very interested. When I finished he looked at me. I do not understand why those people talk about death as if death were like life, he said softly. Maybe that is the way they understand it. Do you think the Tibetans see? Hardly. When a man learns to see, not a single thing he knows prevails. Not a single one. If the Tibetans could see, they could tell right away that not a single thing is any longer the same. Once we see, nothing is known. Nothing remains as we used to know it when we did not see. Perhaps, Don Juan, seeing is not the same for everyone. True. It is not the same. Still, that does not mean that the meanings of life prevail. When one learns to see, not a single thing is the same. Tibetans obviously think that death is like life. What do you think death is like, yourself? I asked. I do not think death is like anything, and I think the Tibetans must be talking about something else. At any rate, what they are talking about is not death. What do you think they are talking about? Maybe you can tell me that. You are the one who reads. I tried to say something else, but he began to laugh. Perhaps the Tibetans really see, Don Juan went on, in which case they must have realized that what they see makes no sense at all, and they wrote that bunch of crap because it does not make any difference to them, in which case what they wrote is not crap at all. I really do not care about what the Tibetans have to say, I said, but I certainly care about what you have to say. I would like to hear what you think about death. He stared at me for an instant and then giggled. He opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows in a comical gesture of surprise. Death is a whirl, he said. Death is the face of the ally, death is a shiny cloud over the horizon, death is the whisper of Mescalito in your ears, death is the toothless mouth of the guardian, death is Hainaro sitting on his head, death is me talking, death is you and your writing pad, death is nothing. Nothing. It is here yet it is not here at all. Don Juan laughed with great delight. His laughter was like a song, it had a sort of dancing rhythm. I make no sense, huh? Don Juan said, I cannot tell you what death is like. But perhaps I could tell you about your own death. There is no way of knowing what it will be like for sure, however, I could tell you what it may be like. I became frightened at that point and argued that I only wanted to know what death appeared to be like to him. I emphasized that I was interested in his opinions about death in a general sense, but did not care to know about the particulars of anybody's personal death, especially my own. I cannot talk about death except in personal terms, he said. You wanted me to tell you about death. All right. Then do not be afraid of hearing about your own death. I admitted that I was too nervous to talk about it. I said that I wanted to talk about death in general terms, as he himself had done when he told me that at the time of his son Eulalio's death, life and death mixed like a fog of crystals. I told you that my son's life expanded at the time of his personal death, he said. I was not talking about death in general but about my son's death. Death, whatever it is, made his life expand. I definitely wanted to steer the conversation out of the realm of particulars, and mentioned that I had been reading accounts of people who had died for several minutes and had been revived through medical techniques. In all the cases I had read, the persons involved had made statements, upon reviving, that they could not recollect anything at all, that dying was simply a sensation of blacking out. That is perfectly understandable, he said. Death has two stages. The first is a blackout. It is a meaningless stage, very similar to the first effect of Mescalito, in which one experiences a lightness that makes one feel happy, complete, and that everything in the world is at ease. But that is only a shallow state. It soon vanishes and one enters a new realm, a realm of harshness and power. That second stage is the real encounter with Mescalito. Death is very much like this. The first stage is a shallow blackout. The second, however, is the real stage where one meets with death. It is a brief moment, after the first blackout, when we find that we are, somehow, ourselves again. It is then that death smashes against us with quiet fury and power until it dissolves our lives into nothing. How can you be sure that you are talking about death? I have my ally. The little smoke has shown me my unmistakable death with great clarity. This is why I can only talk about personal death. Don Juan's words caused me a profound apprehension and a dramatic ambivalence. I had a feeling he was going to describe the overt, commonplace details of my death and tell me how or when I was going to die. The mere thought of knowing that made me despair and at the same time provoked my curiosity. I could have asked him to describe his own death, of course, but I felt that such a request would be rather rude and I ruled it out automatically. Don Juan seemed to be enjoying my conflict. His body convulsed with laughter. "Do you want to know what your death may be like?" he asked me with childlike delight in his face. I found his mischievous pleasure in teasing me rather comforting. It almost took the edge off my apprehension. "Okay. Tell me," I said, and my voice cracked. He had a formidable explosion of laughter. He held his stomach and rolled on his side and mockingly repeated, "Okay. Tell me," with a crack in his voice. Then he straightened out and sat down, assuming a faint stiffness, and in a tremulous voice he said, "The second stage of your death may very well be as follows." His eyes examined me with apparently genuine curiosity. I laughed. I clearly realized that his making fun was the only device that could dull the edge of the idea of one's death. "You drive a great deal," he went on saying, "so you may find yourself, at a given moment, behind the wheel again. It will be a very fast sensation that will not give you time to think. Suddenly, let us say, you would find yourself driving, as you have done thousands of times. But before you could wonder about yourself, you would notice a strange formation in front of your windshield. If you looked closer you would realize that it is a cloud that looks like a shiny whirl. It would resemble, let us say, a face, right in the middle of the sky in front of you. As you watched it, you would see it moving backward until it was only a brilliant point in the distance, and then you would notice that it began moving toward you again. It would pick up speed and in a blink of an eye it would smash against the windshield of your car. You are strong. I am sure it would take death a couple of whams to get you. By then you would know where you were and what was happening to you. The face would recede again to a position on the horizon, would pick up speed and smash against you. The face would enter inside you, and then you would know, it was the ally's face all the time, or it was me talking, or you writing. Death was nothing all the time. Nothing. It was a little dot lost in the sheets of your notebook. And yet it would enter inside you with uncontrollable force and would make you expand, it would make you flat and extend you over the sky and the earth and beyond. and you would be like a fog of tiny crystals moving away. I was very taken by his description of my death. I had expected to hear something so different. I could not say anything for a long time. Death enters through the belly, he continued, right through the gap of the will. That area is the most important and sensitive part of man. It is the area of the will and also the area through which all of us die. I know it because my ally has guided me to that stage. A sorcerer tunes his will by letting his death overtake him, and when he is fit and begins to expand, his impeccable will takes over and assembles the fog into one person again. Don Juan made a strange gesture. He opened his hands like two fans, lifted them to the level of his elbows, turned them until his thumbs were touching his sides, and then brought them slowly together at the center of his body over his navel. He kept them there for a moment. His arms shivered with the strain. Then he brought them up until the tips of his middle fingers touched his forehead, and then pulled them down in the same position to the center of his body. It was a formidable gesture. Don Juan had performed it with such force and beauty that I was spellbound. "It is his will which assembles a sorcerer," he said. But as his old age makes him feeble, his will wanes, and a moment unavoidably comes when he is no longer capable of commanding his will. He then has nothing with which to oppose the silent force of his death, and his life becomes like the lives of all his fellow men, an expanding fog moving beyond its limits. Don Juan stared at me and stood up. I was shivering. "You can go to the bushes now," he said. "It is afternoon." I needed to go, but I did not dare. I felt perhaps more jumpy than afraid. However, I was no longer apprehensive about the ally. Don Juan said that it did not matter how I felt as long as I was solid. He assured me I was in perfect shape and could safely go into the bushes as long as I did not get close to the water. "That is another matter," he said. "I need to wash you once more, so stay away from the water." Later on he wanted me to drive him to the nearby town. I mentioned that driving would be a welcome change for me because I was still shaky. The idea that a sorcerer actually played with his death was quite gruesome to me. "To be a sorcerer is a terrible burden," he said in a reassuring tone. "I have told you that it is much better to learn to see. A man who sees is everything, in comparison. The sorcerer is a sad fellow." "What is sorcery, Don Juan?" He looked at me for a long time as he shook his head almost imperceptibly. "Sorcery is to apply one's will to a key joint," he said. "Sorcery is interference. A sorcerer searches and finds the key joint of anything he wants to effect, and then he applies his will to it. A sorcerer does not have to see to be a sorcerer. All he has to know is how to use his will." I asked him to explain what he meant by a key joint. He thought for a while and then he said that he knew what my car was. "It is obviously a machine," I said. "I mean your car is the spark plugs. That is its key joint for me. I can apply my will to it, and your car will not work." Don Juan got into my car and sat down. He beckoned me to do likewise as he made himself comfortable on the seat. "Watch what I do," he said. "I am a crow, so first I will make my feathers loose." He shivered his entire body. His movement reminded me of a sparrow wetting its feathers in a puddle. He lowered his head like a bird dipping its beak into the water. "That feels really good," he said, and began to laugh. His laughter was strange. It had a very peculiar mesmerizing effect on me. I recollected having heard him laugh in that manner many times before. Perhaps the reason I had never become overtly aware of it was that he had never laughed like that long enough in my presence. "A crow loosens its neck next," he said, and began twisting his neck and rubbing his cheeks on his shoulders. "Then he looks at the world with one eye and then with the other." His head shook as he allegedly shifted his view of the world from one eye to the other. The pitch of his laughter became higher. I had the absurd feeling that he was going to turn into a crow in front of my eyes. I wanted to laugh it off, but I was almost paralyzed. I actually felt some kind of enveloping force around me. I was not afraid, nor was I dizzy or sleepy. My faculties were unimpaired, to the best of my judgment. "Turn on your car now," Don Juan said. I turned on the starter and automatically stepped on the gas pedal. The starter began to grind without igniting the engine. Don Juan's laughter was a soft, rhythmical cackle. I tried it again, and again. I spent perhaps 10 minutes grinding the starter of my car. Don Juan cackled all that time. Then I gave up and sat there with a heavy head. He stopped laughing and scrutinized me, and I knew then that his laughter had forced me into a sort of hypnotic trance. Although I had been thoroughly aware of what was taking place, I felt I was not myself. During the time I could not start my car, I was very docile, almost numb. It was as if Don Juan was not only doing something to my car but also to me. When he stopped cackling, I was convinced the spell was over, and impetuously I turned on the starter again. I had the certainty Don Juan had only mesmerized me with his laughter and made me believe I could not start my car. With the corner of my eye I saw him looking curiously at me as I ground the motor and pumped the gas furiously. Don Juan patted me gently and said that fury would make me solid and perhaps I would not need to be washed in the water again. The more furious I could get, the quicker I could recover from my encounter with the ally. "Do not be embarrassed," I heard Don Juan saying. "Kick the car." His natural everyday laughter exploded, and I felt ridiculous and laughed sheepishly. After a while Don Juan said he had released the car. It started. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 14. There was something eerie about Don Juan's house. For a moment I thought he was hiding somewhere around the place to scare me. I called out to him and then gathered enough nerve to walk inside. Don Juan was not there. I put the 2 bags of groceries I had brought on a pile of firewood and sat down to wait for him, as I had done dozens of times before. But for the first time in my years of associating with Don Juan I was afraid to stay alone in his house. I felt a presence, as if someone invisible was there with me. I remembered then that years before I had had the same vague feeling that something unknown was prowling around me when I was alone. I jumped to my feet and ran out of the house. I had come to see Don Juan to tell him that the cumulative effect of the task of seeing was taking its toll on me. I had begun to feel uneasy, vaguely apprehensive without any overt reason, tired without being fatigued. Then my reaction at being alone in Don Juan's house brought back the total memory of how my fear had built up in the past. The fear traced back 2 years before, when Don Juan had forced the very strange confrontation between a sorceress, a woman he called La Catalina, and me. It began on November 23, 1961, when I found him in his house with a dislocated ankle. He explained that he had an enemy, a sorceress who could turn into a blackbird and who had attempted to kill him. As soon as I can walk I am going to show you who the woman is, Don Juan said. You must know who she is. Why does she want to kill you? He shrugged his shoulders impatiently and refused to say anything else. I came back to see him 10 days later and found him perfectly well. He rotated his ankle to demonstrate to me that it was fine and attributed his prompt recovery to the nature of the cast he himself had made. It is good you are here, he said. Today I am going to take you on a little journey. He then directed me to drive to a desolate area. We stopped there. Don Juan stretched his legs and made himself comfortable on the seat, as if he were going to take a nap. He told me to relax and remain very quiet. He said we had to be as inconspicuous as possible until nightfall because the late afternoon was a very dangerous time for the business we were pursuing. What kind of business are we pursuing? I asked. We are here to stake out La Catalina, he said. When it was fairly dark we slid out of the car and walked very slowly and noiselessly into the desert chaparral. From the place where we stopped I could distinguish the black silhouette of the hills on both sides. We were in a flat, fairly wide canyon. Don Juan gave me detailed instructions on how to stay merged with the chaparral and taught me a way to sit, in vigil, as he called it. He told me to tuck my right leg under my left thigh and keep my left leg in a squat position. He explained that the tucked leg was used as a spring in order to stand up with great speed, if it were necessary. He then told me to sit facing the west, because that was the direction of the woman's house. He sat next to me, to my right, and told me in a whisper to keep my eyes focused on the ground, searching, or rather, waiting, for a sort of wind wave that would make a ripple in the bushes. Whenever the ripple touched the bushes on which I had focused my gaze, I was supposed to look up and see the sorceress in all her magnificent evil splendor. Don Juan actually used those words. When I asked him to explain what he meant, he said that if I detected a ripple I simply had to look up and see for myself, because a sorcerer in flight was such a unique sight that it defied explanations. There was a fairly steady wind and I thought I detected a ripple in the bushes many times. I looked up each time, prepared to have a transcendental experience, but I did not see anything. Every time the wind blew the bushes, Don Juan would kick the ground vigorously, whirling around, moving his arms as if they were whips. The strength of his movements was extraordinary. After a few failures to see the sorceress, in flight, I was sure I was not going to witness any transcendental event. Yet Don Juan's display of power was so exquisite that I did not mind spending the night there. At daybreak Don Juan sat down by me. He seemed to be totally exhausted. He could hardly move. He lay down on his back and mumbled that he had failed to pierce the woman. I was very intrigued by that statement. He repeated it several times, and each time his tone became more downhearted, more desperate. I began to experience an unusual anxiety. I found it very easy to project my feelings into Don Juan's mood. Don Juan did not mention anything about the incident or the woman for several months. I thought he had either forgotten or resolved the whole affair. One day, however, I found him in a very agitated mood, and in a manner that was completely incongruous with his natural calmness. He told me that the blackbird had stood in front of him the night before, almost touching him, and that he had not even awakened. The woman's artfulness was so great that he had not felt her presence at all. He said his good fortune was to wake up in the nick of time to stage a horrendous fight for his life. Don Juan's tone of voice was moving, almost pathetic. I felt an overwhelming surge of compassion and concern. In a somber and dramatic tone he reaffirmed that he had no way to stop her, and that the next time she came near him was going to be his last day on earth. I became despondent and was nearly in tears. Don Juan seemed to notice my profound concern and laughed, I thought, bravely. He patted me on the back and said that I should not worry, that he was not altogether lost yet, because he had one last card, a trump card. A warrior lives strategically, he said, smiling. A warrior never carries loads he cannot handle. Don Juan's smile had the power to dispel the ominous clouds of doom. I suddenly felt elated and we both laughed. He patted my head. You know, of all the things on this earth, you are my last card, he said abruptly, looking straight into my eyes. What? You are my trump card in my fight against that witch. I did not understand what he meant, and he explained that the woman did not know me and that if I played my hand as he would direct me, I had a better than good chance to pierce her. What do you mean by pierce her? You cannot kill her, but you must pierce her like a balloon. If you do that, she will leave me alone. But do not think about it now. I will tell you what to do when the time comes. Months went by. I had forgotten the incident and was caught by surprise when I arrived at his house one day. Don Juan came out running and did not let me get out of my car. You must leave immediately, he whispered with appalling urgency. Listen carefully. Buy a shotgun, or get one in any way you can. Do not bring me your own gun, do you understand? Get any gun, except your own, and bring it here right away. Why do you want a shotgun? Go now. I returned with a shotgun. I had not had enough money to buy one, but a friend of mine had given me his old gun. Don Juan did not look at it. He explained, laughing, that he had been abrupt with me because the blackbird was on the roof of the house and he did not want her to see me. Finding the blackbird on the roof gave me the idea that you could bring a gun and pierce her with it. Don Juan said emphatically, I do not want anything to happen to you, so I suggested that you buy the gun or that you get one in any other way. You see, you have to destroy the gun after completing the task. What kind of task are you talking about? You must attempt to pierce the woman with your shotgun. He made me clean the gun by rubbing it with the fresh leaves and stems of a peculiarly scented plant. He himself rubbed two shells and placed them inside the barrels. Then he said I was to hide in front of his house and wait until the blackbird landed on the roof, and then, after taking careful aim, I was supposed to let go with both barrels. The effect of the surprise, more than the pellets, would pierce the woman, and if I were powerful and determined I could force her to leave him alone. Thus my aim had to be impeccable, and so did my determination to pierce her. You must scream at the moment you shoot, he said. It must be a potent and piercing yell. He then piled bundles of bamboo and fire sticks about 10 feet away from the ramada of his house. He made me lean against the piles. The position was quite comfortable. I was sort of half-seated, my back was well propped and I had a good view of the roof. He said it was too early for the witch to be out, and that we had until dusk to do all the preparations. He would then pretend he was locking himself inside the house, in order to attract her and elicit another attack on his person. He told me to relax and find a comfortable position that I could shoot from without moving. He made me aim at the roof a couple of times and concluded that the act of lifting the gun to my shoulder and taking aim was too slow and cumbersome. He then built a prop for the gun. He made 2 deep holes with a pointed iron bar, planted 2 forked sticks in them, and tied a long pole in between the forks. The structure gave me a shooting support and allowed me to keep the gun aimed at the roof. Don Juan looked at the sky and said it was time for him to go into the house. He got up and calmly went inside, giving me the final admonition that my endeavor was not a joke and that I had to hit the bird with the first shot. After Don Juan left I had a few more minutes of twilight and then it became quite dark. It seemed as if darkness had been waiting until I was alone and suddenly it descended on me. I tried to focus my eyes on the roof, which was silhouetted against the sky. For a while there was enough light on the horizon so the line of the roof was still visible. But then the sky became black and I could hardly see the house. I kept my eyes focused on the roof for hours without noticing anything at all. I saw a couple of owls flying by toward the north. The span of their wings was quite remarkable and they could not be mistaken for blackbirds. At a given moment, however, I distinctly noticed the black shape of a small bird landing on the roof. It was definitely a bird. My heart began pounding hard. I felt a buzzing in my ears. I aimed in the dark and pulled both triggers. There was quite a loud explosion. I felt a strong recoil of the gun butt on my shoulder and at the same time I heard a most piercing and horrendous human shriek. It was loud and eerie and seemed to have come from the roof. I had a moment of total confusion. I then remembered that Don Juan had admonished me to yell as I shot, and I had forgotten to do so. I was thinking of reloading my gun when Don Juan opened the door and came out running. He had his kerosene lantern with him. He appeared to be quite nervous. "I think you got her," he said. "We must find the dead bird now." He brought a ladder and made me climb up and look on the Ramada, but I could not find anything there. He climbed up and looked himself for a while, with equally negative results. "Perhaps you have blasted the bird to bits," Don Juan said, "in which case we must find at least a feather." We began looking around the Ramada first and then around the house. We looked with the light of the lantern until morning. Then we started looking again all over the area we had covered during the night. Around 11 a.m., Don Juan called off our search. He sat down dejected, smiled sheepishly at me, and said that I had failed to stop his enemy and that now, more than ever before, his life was not worth a hoot because the woman was doubtlessly irked, itching to take revenge. "You are safe, though," Don Juan said reassuringly. "The woman does not know you." As I was walking to my car to return home, I asked him if I had to destroy the shotgun. He said the gun had done nothing and I should give it back to its owner. I noticed a profound look of despair in Don Juan's eyes. I felt so moved by it that I was about to weep. "What can I do to help you?" I asked. "There is nothing you can do," Don Juan said. We remained silent for a moment. I wanted to leave right away. I felt an oppressive anguish. I was ill at ease. "Would you really try to help me?" Don Juan asked in a childlike tone. I told him again that my total person was at his disposal, that my affection for him was so profound I would undertake any kind of action to help him. Don Juan smiled and asked again if I really meant that, and I vehemently reaffirmed my desire to help him. "If you really mean it," he said, "I may have one more chance." He seemed to be delighted. He smiled broadly and clapped his hands several times, the way he always does when he wants to express a feeling of pleasure. This change of mood was so remarkable that it also involved me. I suddenly felt that the oppressive mood, the anguish, had been vanquished and life was inexplicably exciting again. Don Juan sat down and I did likewise. He looked at me for a long moment and then proceeded to tell me in a very calm and deliberate manner that I was in fact the only person who could help him at that moment, and thus he was going to ask me to do something very dangerous and very special. He paused for a moment as if he wanted a reaffirmation on my part, and I again reiterated my firm desire to do anything for him. "I am going to give you a weapon to pierce her," he said. He took a long object from his pouch and handed it to me. I took it and then examined it. I almost dropped it. "It is a wild boar," he went on. "You must pierce her with it." The object I was holding was a dry foreleg of a wild boar. The skin was ugly and the bristles were revolting to the touch. The hoof was intact and its two halves were spread out, as if the leg were stretched. It was an awful-looking thing. It made me feel almost sick to my stomach. He quickly took it back. "You must ram the wild boar right into her navel," Don Juan said. "What?" I said in a feeble voice. "You must hold the wild boar in your left hand and stab her with it. She is a sorceress and the wild boar will enter her belly and no one in this world, except another sorcerer, will see it stuck in there. This is not an ordinary battle but an affair of sorcerers. The danger you will run is that if you fail to pierce her she might strike you dead on the spot, or her companions and relatives will shoot you or knife you. You may, on the other hand, get out without a scratch. If you succeed she will have a hellish time with the wild boar in her body and she will leave me alone." An oppressive anguish enveloped me again. I had a profound affection for Don Juan. I admired him. At the time of this startling request, I had already learned to regard his way of life and his knowledge as a paramount accomplishment. How could anyone let a man like that die? And yet how could anyone deliberately risk his life? I became so immersed in my deliberations I did not notice that Don Juan had stood up and was standing by me until he patted me on the shoulder. I looked up. He was smiling benevolently. "Whenever you feel that you really want to help me, you should return," he said, "but not until then. If you come back I know what we will have to do. Go now. If you do not want to return I will understand that too." I automatically stood up, got into my car, and drove away. Don Juan had actually let me off the hook. I could have left and never returned, but somehow the thought of being free to leave did not soothe me. I drove a while longer and then impulsively turned around and drove back to Don Juan's house. He was still sitting underneath his ramada and did not seem surprised to see me. "Sit down," he said, "the clouds in the west are beautiful. It will be dark shortly. Sit quietly and let the twilight fill you. Do whatever you want now, but when I tell you, look straight at those shiny clouds and ask the twilight to give you power and calmness." I sat facing the western clouds for a couple of hours. Don Juan went into the house and stayed inside. When it was getting dark he returned. "The twilight has come," he said, "stand up. Do not close your eyes, but look straight at the clouds, put your arms up with your hands open and your fingers extended and trot in place." I followed his instructions. I lifted my arms over my head and began trotting. Don Juan came to my side and corrected my movements. He placed the leg of the wild boar against the palm of my left hand and made me hold it with my thumb. He then pulled my arms down until they pointed to the orange and dark gray clouds over the horizon, toward the west. He extended my fingers like fans and told me not to curl them over the palms of my hands. It was of crucial importance that I keep my fingers spread because if I closed them I would not be asking the twilight for power and calm, but would be menacing it. He also corrected my trotting. He said it should be peaceful and uniform, as if I were actually running toward the twilight with my extended arms. I could not fall asleep during that night. It was as if, instead of calming me, the twilight had agitated me into a frenzy. I still have so many things pending in my life, I said, so many things unresolved. Don Juan chuckled softly. Nothing is pending in the world, he said. Nothing is finished, yet nothing is unresolved. Go to sleep. Don Juan's words were strangely soothing. Around 10 o'clock the next morning, Don Juan gave me something to eat and then we were on our way. He whispered that we were going to approach the woman around noon, or before noon if possible. He said that the ideal time would have been the early hours of the day, because a witch is always less powerful or less aware in the morning, but she would never leave the protection of her house at those hours. I did not ask any questions. He directed me to the highway and at a certain point he told me to stop and park on the side of the road. He said we had to wait there. I looked at my watch, it was 5 minutes to 11. I yawned repeatedly. I was actually sleepy, my mind wandered around aimlessly. Suddenly Don Juan straightened up and nudged me. I jumped up in my seat. There she is, he said. I saw a woman walking toward the highway on the edge of a cultivated field. She was carrying a basket looped in her right arm. It was not until then that I noticed we were parked near a crossroads. There were 2 narrow trails which ran parallel to both sides of the highway and another wider and more trafficked trail that ran perpendicular to the highway. Obviously people who used the trail had to walk across the paved road. When the woman was still on the dirt road, Don Juan told me to get out of the car. Do it now, he said firmly. I obeyed him. The woman was almost on the highway. I ran and overtook her. I was so close to her that I felt her clothes on my face. I took the wild boar hoof from under my shirt and thrust it at her. I did not feel any resistance to the blunt object I had in my hand. I saw a fleeting shadow in front of me, like a drape. My head turned to my right and I saw the woman standing 50 feet away on the opposite side of the road. She was a fairly young, dark woman with a strong, stocky body. She was smiling at me. Her teeth were white and big and her smile was placid. She had closed her eyes halfway, as if to protect them from the wind. She was still holding her basket, looped over her right arm. I then had a moment of unique confusion. I turned around to look at Don Juan. He was making frantic gestures to call me back. I ran back. There were 3 or 4 men coming in a hurry toward me. I got into the car and sped away in the opposite direction. I tried to ask Don Juan what had happened but I could not talk. My ears were bursting with an overwhelming pressure. I felt that I was choking. He seemed to be pleased and began to laugh. It was as if my failure did not concern him. I had my hands so tight around the steering wheel that I could not move them. They were frozen, my arms were rigid and so were my legs. In fact, I could not take my foot off the gas pedal. Don Juan patted me on the back and told me to relax. Little by little the pressure in my ears diminished. What happened back there? I finally asked. He giggled like a child without answering. Then he asked me if I had noticed the way the woman got out of the way. He praised her excellent speed. Don Juan's talk seemed so incongruous that I could not really follow him. He praised the woman. He said her power was impeccable and she was a relentless enemy. I asked Don Juan if he did not mind my failure. I was truly surprised and annoyed at his change of mood. He seemed to be actually glad. He told me to stop. I parked alongside the road. He put his hand on my shoulder and looked piercingly into my eyes. "Whatever I have done to you today was a trick," he said bluntly. "The rule is that a man of knowledge has to trap his apprentice. Today I have trapped you and I have tricked you into learning." I was dumbfounded. I could not arrange my thoughts. Don Juan explained that the whole involvement with the woman was a trap, that she had never been a threat to him, and that his job was to put me in touch with her, under specific conditions of abandon and power I had experienced when I tried to pierce her. He commended my resolution and called it an act of power which demonstrated to the woman that I was capable of great exertion. Don Juan said that even though I was not aware of it, all I did was to show off in front of her. "You could never touch her," he said, "but you showed your claws to her. She knows now that you are not afraid. You have challenged her. I used her to trick you because she is powerful and relentless and never forgets. Men are usually too busy to be relentless enemies." I felt a terrible anger. I told him that one should not play with a person's innermost feelings and loyalties. Don Juan laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks, and I hated him. I had an overwhelming desire to punch him and leave. There was, however, such a strange rhythm in his laughter that it kept me almost paralyzed. "Do not be so angry," Don Juan said soothingly. Then he said that his acts had never been a farce, that he also had thrown his life away a long time before when his own benefactor tricked him, just as he had tricked me. Don Juan said that his benefactor was a cruel man who did not think about him the way he, Don Juan, thought about me. He added very sternly that the woman had tested her strength against him and had really tried to kill him. "Now she knows that I was playing with her," he said, laughing, "and she will hate you for it. She cannot do anything to me, but she will take it out on you. She does not know yet how much power you have, so she will come to test you, little by little. Now you have no choice but to learn in order to defend yourself, or you will fall prey to that lady. She is no trick." Don Juan reminded me of the way she had flown away. "Do not be angry," he said, "it was not an ordinary trick. It was the rule." There was something about the way the woman moved away from me that was truly maddening. I had witnessed it myself. She had jumped the width of the highway in a flick of an eyelash. I had no way to get out of that certainty. From that moment on I focused all my attention on that incident, and little by little I accumulated proof that she was actually following me. The final outcome was that I had to withdraw from the apprenticeship under the pressure of my irrational fear. I came back to Don Juan's house hours later, in the early afternoon. He was apparently waiting for me. He came up to me as I got out of my car and examined me with curious eyes, walking around me a couple of times. "Why the nervousness?" he asked before I had time to say anything. I explained that something had scared me off that morning and that I had begun to feel something prowling around me, as in the past. Don Juan sat down and seemed to be engulfed in thoughts. His face had an unusually serious expression. He seemed to be tired. I sat by him and arranged my notes. After a very long pause his face brightened up and he smiled. "What you felt this morning was the spirit of the water hole," he said. "I have told you that you must be prepared for unexpected encounters with those forces. I thought you understood." "I did." "Then why the fear?" I could not answer. "That spirit is on your trail," he said. "It already tapped you in the water. I assure you it will tap you again and probably you will not be prepared, and that encounter will be your end." Don Juan's words made me feel genuinely concerned. My feelings were strange, however. I was concerned but not afraid. Whatever was happening to me had not been able to elicit my old feelings of blind fear. "What should I do?" I asked. "You forget too easily," he said. "The path of knowledge is a forced one. In order to learn we must be spurred. In the path of knowledge we are always fighting something, avoiding something, prepared for something, and that something is always inexplicable, greater, more powerful than us. The inexplicable forces will come to you. Now it is the spirit of the water hole, later on it will be your own ally, so there is nothing you can do now but to prepare yourself for the struggle. Years ago La Catalina spurred you. She was only a sorceress, though, and that was a beginner's trick. The world is indeed full of frightening things and we are helpless creatures surrounded by forces that are inexplicable and unbending. The average man, in ignorance, believes that those forces can be explained or changed. He does not really know how to do that. But he expects that the actions of mankind will explain them or change them sooner or later. The sorcerer, on the other hand, does not think of explaining or changing them. Instead, he learns to use such forces by redirecting himself and adapting to their direction. That is his trick. There is very little to sorcery once you find out its trick. A sorcerer is only slightly better off than the average man. Sorcery does not help him to live a better life. In fact, I should say that sorcery hinders him. It makes his life cumbersome, precarious. By opening himself to knowledge, a sorcerer becomes more vulnerable than the average man. On the one hand, his fellow men hate him and fear him and will strive to end his life. On the other hand, the inexplicable and unbending forces that surround every one of us, by right of our being alive, are for a sorcerer a source of even greater danger. To be pierced by a fellow man is indeed painful, but nothing in comparison to being touched by an ally. A sorcerer, by opening himself to knowledge, falls prey to such forces and has only one means of balancing himself: his will. Thus he must feel and act like a warrior. I will repeat this once more. Only as a warrior can one survive the path of knowledge. What helps a sorcerer live a better life is the strength of being a warrior. It is my commitment to teach you to see. Not because I personally want to do so, but because you were chosen, you were pointed out to me by Mescalito. I am compelled by my personal desire, however, to teach you to feel and act like a warrior. I personally believe that to be a warrior is more suitable than anything else. Therefore I have endeavored to show you those forces as a sorcerer perceives them, because only under their terrifying impact can one become a warrior. To see without first being a warrior would make you weak, it would give you a false meekness, a desire to retreat, your body would decay because you would become indifferent. It is my personal commitment to make you a warrior so you will not crumble. I have heard you say time and time again that you are always prepared to die. I do not regard that feeling as necessary. I think it is a useless indulgence. A warrior should be prepared only to battle. I have also heard you say that your parents injured your spirit. I think the spirit of man is something that can be injured very easily, although not by the same acts you yourself call injurious. I believe that your parents did injure you by making you indulgent and soft and given to dwelling. The spirit of a warrior is not geared to indulging and complaining, nor is it geared to winning or losing. The spirit of a warrior is geared only to struggle, and every struggle is a warrior's last battle on earth. Thus the outcome matters very little to him. In his last battle on earth a warrior lets his spirit flow free and clear. And as he wages his battle, knowing that his will is impeccable, a warrior laughs and laughs. I finished writing and looked up. Don Juan was staring at me. He shook his head from side to side and smiled. "You really write everything?" he asked in an incredulous tone. "Genaro says that he can never be serious with you because you are always writing. He is right. How can anyone be serious if you are always writing?" He chuckled and I tried to defend my position. "It does not matter," he said, "if you ever learn to see. I suppose you must do it your own weird way." He stood up and looked at the sky. It was around noon. He said there was still time to start on a hunting trip to a place in the mountains. "What are we going to hunt?" I asked. "A special animal, either a deer or a wild boar or even a mountain lion." He paused for a moment and then added, "Even an eagle." I stood up and followed him to my car. He said that this time we were going only to observe and to find out what animal we had to hunt. He was about to get in my car when he seemed to remember something. He smiled and said that the journey had to be postponed until I had learned something without which our hunting would be impossible. We went back and sat down again underneath his ramada. There were so many things I wanted to ask, but he did not give me time to say anything before he spoke again. "This brings us to the last point you must know about a warrior," he said. "A warrior selects the items that make his world. The other day when you saw the ally and I had to wash you twice, do you know what was wrong with you? No. You had lost your shields." "What shields? What are you talking about?" I said that a warrior selects the items that make his world. He selects deliberately. For every item he chooses is a shield that protects him from the onslaughts of the forces he is striving to use. A warrior would use his shields to protect himself from his ally, for instance. An average man who is equally surrounded by those inexplicable forces is oblivious to them because he has other kinds of special shields to protect himself. He paused and looked at me with a question in his eyes. I had not understood what he meant. What are those shields? I insisted. What people do, he repeated. What do they do? Well, look around. People are busy doing that which people do. Those are their shields. Whenever a sorcerer has an encounter with any of those inexplicable and unbending forces we have talked about, his gap opens, making him more susceptible to his death than he ordinarily is. I have told you that we die through that gap, therefore if it is open one should have his will ready to fill it, that is, if one is a warrior. If one is not a warrior, like yourself, then one has no other recourse but to use the activities of daily life to take one's mind away from the fright of the encounter and thus to allow one's gap to close. You got angry with me that day when you met the ally. I made you angry when I stopped your car and I made you cold when I dumped you into the water. Having your clothes on made you even colder. Being angry and cold helped you close your gap and you were protected. At this time in your life, however, you can no longer use those shields as effectively as an average man. You know too much about those forces and now you are finally at the brink of feeling and acting as a warrior. Your old shields are no longer safe. What am I supposed to do? Act like a warrior and select the items of your world. You cannot surround yourself with things helter-skelter any longer. I tell you this in a most serious vein. Now for the first time you are not safe in your old way of life. What do you mean by selecting the items of my world? A warrior encounters those inexplicable and unbending forces because he is deliberately seeking them, thus he is always prepared for the encounter. You, on the other hand, are never prepared for it. In fact, if those forces come to you, they will take you by surprise. The fright will open your gap and your life will irresistibly escape through it. The first thing you must do, then, is be prepared. Think that the ally is going to pop in front of your eyes any minute and you must be ready for him. To meet an ally is no party or Sunday picnic, and a warrior takes the responsibility of protecting his life. Then if any of those forces tap you and open your gap, you must deliberately strive to close it by yourself. For that purpose you must have a selected number of things that give you great peace and pleasure, things which you can deliberately use to take your thoughts from your fright and close your gap and make you solid. What kind of things? Years ago I told you that in his day-to-day life a warrior chooses to follow the path with heart. It is the consistent choice of the path with heart which makes a warrior different from the average man. He knows that a path has heart when he is one with it, when he experiences a great peace and pleasure traversing its length. The things a warrior selects to make his shields are the items of a path with heart. But you said I am not a warrior, so how can I choose a path with heart? This is your turning point. Let us say that before you did not really need to live like a warrior. Now it is different. Now you must surround yourself with the items of a path with heart and you must refuse the rest. or you will perish in the next encounter. I may add that you do not need to ask for the encounter any longer. An ally can now come to you in your sleep, while you are talking to your friends, while you are writing. For years I have truly tried to live in accordance with your teachings, I said. Obviously I have not done well. How can I do better now? You think and talk too much. You must stop talking to yourself. What do you mean? You talk to yourself too much. You are not unique at that. Every one of us does that. We carry on an internal talk. Think about it. Whenever you are alone, what do you do? I talk to myself. What do you talk to yourself about? I do not know anything, I suppose. I will tell you what we talk to ourselves about. We talk about our world. In fact, we maintain our world with our internal talk. How do we do that? Whenever we finish talking to ourselves, the world is always as it should be. We renew it, we kindle it with life, we uphold it with our internal talk. Not only that, but we also choose our paths as we talk to ourselves. Thus we repeat the same choices over and over until the day we die, because we keep on repeating the same internal talk over and over until the day we die. A warrior is aware of this and strives to stop his talking. This is the last point you have to know if you want to live like a warrior. How can I stop talking to myself? First of all, you must use your ears to take some of the burden from your eyes. We have been using our eyes to judge the world since the time we were born. We talk to others and to ourselves mainly about what we see. A warrior is aware of that and listens to the world. He listens to the sounds of the world. I put my notes away. Don Juan laughed and said that he did not mean I should force the issue, that listening to the sounds of the world had to be done harmoniously and with great patience. A warrior is aware that the world will change as soon as he stops talking to himself, he said, and he must be prepared for that monumental jolt. What do you mean, Don Juan? The world is such and such or so and so only because we tell ourselves that is the way it is. If we stop telling ourselves that the world is so and so, the world will stop being so and so. At this moment I do not think you are ready for such a momentous blow, therefore you must start slowly to undo the world. I really do not understand you. Your problem is that you confuse the world with what people do. Again, you are not unique at that. Every one of us does that. The things people do are the shields against the forces that surround us. What we do as people gives us comfort and makes us feel safe. What people do is rightfully very important, but only as a shield. We never learn that the things we do as people are only shields and we let them dominate and topple our lives. In fact, I could say that for mankind, what people do is greater and more important than the world itself. What do you call the world? The world is all that is encased here, he said, and stomped the ground, life, death, people, the allies, and everything else that surrounds us. The world is incomprehensible. We will not ever understand it, we will not ever unravel its secrets. Thus we must treat it as it is, a sheer mystery. An average man does not do this, though. The world is never a mystery for him, and when he arrives at old age he is convinced he has nothing more to live for. An old man has not exhausted the world. He has exhausted only what people do. But in his stupid confusion he believes that the world has no more mysteries for him. What a wretched price to pay for our shields! A warrior is aware of this confusion and learns to treat things properly. The things that people do cannot under any conditions be more important than the world. And thus a warrior treats the world as an endless mystery and what people do as an endless folly. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 15. I began the exercise of listening to the sounds of the world, and kept at it for 2 months, as Don Juan had specified. It was excruciating at first to listen and not look, but even more excruciating was not to talk to myself. By the end of the 2 months I was capable of shutting off my internal dialogue for short periods of time, and I was also capable of paying attention to sounds. I arrived at Don Juan's house at 9 a.m. on November 10, 1969. "We should start that trip right now," he said upon my arrival at his house. I rested for an hour and then we drove toward the low slopes of the mountains to the east. We left my car in the care of one of his friends who lived in that area while we hiked into the mountains. Don Juan had put some crackers and sweet rolls in a knapsack for me. There were enough provisions for a day or two. I had asked Don Juan if we needed more. He shook his head negatively. We walked the entire morning. It was a rather warm day. I carried 1 canteen of water, most of which I drank myself. Don Juan drank only twice. When there was no more water he assured me it was all right to drink from the streams we found on our way. He laughed at my reluctance. After a short while my thirst made me overcome my fears. In the early afternoon we stopped in a small valley at the bottom of some lush green hills. Behind the hills, toward the east, the high mountains were silhouetted against a cloudy sky. You can think, you can write about what we say or about what you perceive, but nothing about where we are, he said. We rested for a while and then he took a bundle from inside his shirt. He untied it and showed me his pipe. He filled its bowl with smoking mixture, lighted a match and kindled a small dry twig, placed the burning twig inside the bowl, and told me to smoke. Without a piece of charcoal inside the bowl it was difficult to light the pipe. We had to keep kindling twigs until the mixture caught on fire. When I had finished smoking he said that we were there so I could find out the kind of game I was supposed to hunt. He carefully repeated 3 or 4 times that the most important aspect of my endeavor was to find some holes. He emphasized the word holes and said that inside them a sorcerer could find all sorts of messages and directions. I wanted to ask what kind of holes they were. Don Juan seemed to have guessed my question and said that they were impossible to describe and were in the realm of seeing. He repeated at various times that I should focus all my attention on listening to sounds and do my best to find the holes between the sounds. He said that he was going to play his spirit catcher 4 times. I was supposed to use those eerie calls as a guide to the ally that had welcomed me. That ally would then give me the message I was seeking. Don Juan told me I should stay in complete alertness, since he had no idea how the ally would manifest himself to me. I listened attentively. I was sitting with my back against the rock side of the hill. I experienced a mild numbness. Don Juan warned me against closing my eyes. I began to listen and I could distinguish the whistling of birds, the wind rustling the leaves, the buzzing of insects. As I placed my individual attention on those sounds, I could actually make out 4 different types of bird whistlings. I could distinguish the speeds of the wind, in terms of slow or fast. I could also hear the different rustlings of 3 types of leaves. The buzzings of insects were dazzling. There were so many that I could not count them or correctly differentiate them. I was immersed in a strange world of sound, as I had never been in my life. I began to slide to my right. Don Juan made a motion to stop me, but I caught myself before he did. I straightened up and sat erect again. Don Juan moved my body until he had propped me on a crevice in the rock wall. He swept the small rocks from under my legs and placed the back of my head against the rock. He told me imperatively to look at the mountains to the southeast. I fixed my gaze in the distance, but he corrected me and said I should not gaze but look, sort of scanning, at the hills in front of me and at the vegetation on them. He repeated over and over that I should concentrate all my attention on my hearing. Sounds began to be prominent again. It was not so much that I wanted to hear them, rather, they had a way of forcing me to concentrate on them. The wind rustled the leaves. The wind came high above the trees and then it dropped into the valley where we were. Upon dropping, it touched the leaves of the tall trees first. They made a peculiar sound which I fancied to be a sort of rich, raspy, lush sound. Then the wind hit the bushes and their leaves sounded like a crowd of small things. It was an almost melodious sound, very engulfing and quite demanding. It seemed capable of drowning everything else. I found it displeasing. I felt embarrassed because it occurred to me that I was like the rustle of the bushes, nagging and demanding. The sound was so akin to me that I hated it. Then I heard the wind rolling on the ground. It was not a rustling sound but more of a whistle, almost a beep or a flat buzz. Listening to the sounds the wind was making, I realized that all 3 of them happened at once. I was wondering how I had been capable of isolating each of them, when I again became aware of the whistling of birds and the buzzing of insects. At one moment there were only the sounds of the wind and the next moment a gigantic flow of other sounds emerged at once into my field of awareness. Logically, all the existing sounds must have been continually emitted during the time I was hearing only the wind. I could not count all the whistles of birds or buzzings of insects. yet I was convinced I was listening to each separate sound as it was produced. Together they created a most extraordinary order. I cannot call it any other thing but order. It was an order of sounds that had a pattern, that is, every sound happened in sequence. Then I heard a unique prolonged wail. It made me shiver. Every other noise ceased for an instant, and the valley was dead still as the reverberation of the wail reached the valley's outer limits. Then the noises began again. I picked up their pattern immediately. After a moment of attentive listening, I thought I understood Don Juan's recommendation to watch for the holes between the sounds. The pattern of noises had spaces in between sounds. For example, specific whistles of birds were timed and had pauses in between them, and so had all the other sounds I was perceiving. The rustling of leaves was like a binding glue that made them into a homogeneous buzz. The fact of the matter was that the timing of each sound was a unit in the overall pattern of sounds. Thus the spaces or pauses in between sounds were, if I paid attention to them, holes in a structure. I heard again the piercing wail of Don Juan's spirit catcher. It did not jolt me, but the sounds again ceased for an instant and I perceived such a cessation as a hole, a very large hole. At that precise moment I shifted my attention from hearing to looking. I was looking at a cluster of low hills with lush green vegetation. The silhouette of the hills was arranged in such a way that from the place where I was looking there seemed to be a hole on the side of one of the hills. It was a space in between two hills and through it I could see the deep, dark, grey hue of the mountains in the distance. For a moment I did not know what it was. It was as if the hole I was looking at was the hole in the sound. Then the noises began again, but the visual image of the huge hole remained. A short while later I became even more keenly aware of the pattern of sounds and their order and the arrangement of their pauses. My mind was capable of distinguishing and discriminating among an enormous number of individual sounds. I could actually keep track of all the sounds, thus each pause between sounds was a definite whole. At a given moment the pauses became crystallized in my mind and formed a sort of solid grid, a structure. I was not seeing or hearing it. I was feeling it with some unknown part of myself. Don Juan played his string once again. The sounds ceased as they had done before, creating a huge hole in the sound structure. This time, however, that big pause blended with the hole in the hills I was looking at. They became superimposed on each other. The effect of perceiving two holes lasted for such a long time that I was capable of hearing their contours as they fit one another. Then the other sounds began again and their structure of pauses became an extraordinary, almost visual perception. I began seeing the sounds as they created patterns and then all those patterns became superimposed on the environment in the same way I had perceived the two big holes becoming superimposed. I was not looking or hearing as I was accustomed to doing. I was doing something which was entirely different but combined features of both. For some reason my attention was focused on the large hole in the hills. I felt I was hearing it and at the same time looking at it. There was something of allure about it. It dominated my field of perception, and every single sound pattern which coincided with a feature of the environment was hinged on that hole. I heard once more the eerie wail of Don Juan's spirit catcher. All other sounds stopped. The two large holes seemed to light up, and next I was looking again at the plowed field. The ally was standing there as I had seen him before. The light of the total scene became very clear. I could see him plainly, as if he were 50 yards away. I could not see his face, his hat covered it. Then he began to come toward me, lifting up his head slowly as he walked. I could almost see his face, and that terrified me. I knew I had to stop him without delay. I had a strange surge in my body. I felt an outflow of power. I wanted to move my head to the side to stop the vision, but I could not do it. At that crucial instant a thought came to my mind. I knew what Don Juan meant when he spoke of the items of a path with heart being the shields. There was something I wanted to do in my life, something very consuming and intriguing, something that filled me with great peace and joy. I knew the ally could not overcome me. I moved my head away without any trouble before I could see his entire face. I began hearing all the other sounds. They suddenly became very loud and shrill, as if they were actually angry with me. They lost their patterns and turned into an amorphous conglomerate of sharp, painful shrieks. My ears began to buzz under their pressure. I felt that my head was about to explode. I stood up and put the palms of my hands to my ears. Don Juan helped me walk to a very small stream, made me take off my clothes, and rolled me in the water. He made me lie on the almost dry bed of the stream and then gathered water in his hat and splashed me with it. The pressure in my ears subsided very rapidly, and it took only a few minutes to wash me. Don Juan looked at me, shook his head in approval, and said I had made myself solid in no time at all. I put on my clothes and he took me back to the place where I had been sitting. I felt extremely vigorous, buoyant, and clear-headed. He wanted to know all the details of my vision. He said that the holes in the sounds were used by sorcerers to find out specific things. A sorcerer's ally would reveal complicated affairs through the holes in the sounds. He refused to be more specific about the holes and sloughed off my questions, saying that since I did not have an ally, such information would only be harmful to me. Everything is meaningful for a sorcerer, he said. The sounds have holes in them, and so does everything around you. Ordinarily a man does not have the speed to catch the holes, and thus he goes through life without protection. The worms, the birds, the trees, all of them can tell us unimaginable things if only one could have the speed to grasp their message. The smoke can give us that grasping speed. But we must be on good terms with all the living things of this world. This is the reason why we must talk to plants we are about to kill and apologize for hurting them. The same thing must be done with the animals we are going to hunt. We should take only enough for our needs. Otherwise the plants and the animals and the worms we have killed would turn against us and cause us disease and misfortune. A warrior is aware of this and strives to appease them, so when he peers through the holes, the trees and birds and the worms give him truthful messages. But all this is not important now. What is important is that you saw the ally. That is your game. I have told you that we were going to hunt for something. I thought it was going to be an animal. I figured that you were going to see the animal we had to hunt. I myself saw a wild boar. My spirit catcher is a wild boar. Do you mean your spirit catcher is made out of a wild boar? No. Nothing in the life of a sorcerer is made out of anything else. If something is anything at all, it is the thing itself. If you knew wild boars, you would realize my spirit catcher is one. Why did we come here to hunt? The ally showed you a spirit catcher that he got from his pouch. You need to have one if you are going to call him. What is a spirit catcher? It is a fiber. With it I can call the allies, or my own ally, or I can call the spirits of water holes, the spirits of rivers, the spirits of mountains. Mine is a wild boar and cries like a wild boar. I used it twice around you to call the spirit of the water hole to help you. The spirit came to you as the ally came to you today. You could not see it, though, because you did not have the speed. However, that day I took you to the water canyon and put you on a rock. You knew the spirit was almost on top of you without actually seeing it. Those spirits are helpers. They are hard to handle and sort of dangerous. One needs an impeccable will to hold them at bay. What do they look like? They are different for every man, and so are the allies. For you, an ally would apparently look like a man you once knew, or like a man you will always be about to know. That is the bent of your nature. You are given to mysteries and secrets. I am not like you, so an ally for me is something very precise. The spirits of water holes are proper to specific places. The one I called to help you is one I have known myself. It has helped me many times. Its abode is that canyon. At the time I called it to help you, you were not strong and the spirit took you hard. That was not its intention. They have none, but you were lying the very weak, weaker than I suspected. Later on the spirit nearly lured you to your death. In the water at the irrigation canal you were phosphorescent. The spirit took you by surprise and you nearly succumbed. Once a spirit does that, it always comes back for its prey. I am sure it will come back for you. Unfortunately, you need the water to become solid again. When you use the little smoke, that puts you at a terrible disadvantage. If you do not use the water you will probably die, but if you do use it, the spirit will take you. Can I use water at another place? It does not make any difference. The spirit of the water hole around my house can follow you anywhere, unless you have a spirit catcher. That is why the ally showed it to you. He told you that you need one. He wrapped it around his left hand and came to you after pointing out the water canyon. Today he again wanted to show you the spirit catcher, as he did the first time you met him. It was wise of you to stop. The ally was going too fast for your strength, and a direct jolt with him would be very injurious to you. How can I get a spirit catcher now? Apparently the ally is going to give you one himself. How? I do not know. You will have to go to him. He has already told you where to look for it. Where? Up there, on those hills where you saw the hole. Would I be looking for the ally himself? No. But he is already welcoming you. The little smoke has opened your way to him. Then, later on, you will meet him face to face, but that will happen only after you know him very well. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 16. We arrived in the same valley in the late afternoon of December 15, 1969. Don Juan mentioned repeatedly as we moved through the shrubs that directions or points of orientation were of crucial importance in the endeavor I was going to undertake. You must determine the right direction immediately upon arriving at the top of a hill, Don Juan said. As soon as you are on the top, face that direction. He pointed to the southeast. That is your good direction and you should always face it, especially when you are in trouble. Remember that. We stopped at the bottom of the hills where I had perceived the hole. He pointed at a specific place where I had to sit down. He sat next to me and in a very quiet voice gave me detailed instructions. He said that as soon as I reached the hilltop I had to extend my right arm in front of me with the palm of my hand down and my fingers stretched like a fan, except the thumb, which had to be tucked against the palm. Next I had to turn my head to the north and fold my arm over my chest, pointing my hand also toward the north. Then I had to dance, putting my left foot behind the right one, beating the ground with the tip of my left toes. He said that when I felt a warmth coming up my left leg I had to begin sweeping my arm slowly from north to south and then to the north again. The spot over which the palm of your hand feels warm as you sweep your arm is the place where you must sit, and it is also the direction in which you must look, he said. If the spot is toward the east, or if it is in that direction, he pointed to the southeast again, the results will be excellent. If the spot where your hand gets warm is toward the north, you will take a bad beating but you may turn the tide in your favor. If the spot is toward the south you will have a hard fight. You will need to sweep your arm up to 4 times at first. But as you become more familiar with the movement you will need only one single sweep to know whether or not your hand is going to get warm. Once you establish a spot where your hand gets warm, sit there. That is your first point. If you are facing the south or the north, you have to make up your mind whether you feel strong enough to stay. If you have doubts about yourself, get up and leave. There is no need to stay if you are not confident. If you decide to stick around, clean an area big enough to build a fire about 5 feet away from your first point. The fire must be in a straight line in the direction you are looking. The area where you build the fire is your second point. Then gather all the twigs you can in between those 2 points and make a fire. Sit on your first point and look at the fire. Sooner or later the spirit will come and you will see it. If your hand does not get warm at all after 4 sweeping movements, sweep your arm slowly from north to south and then turn around and sweep it to the west. If your hand gets warm on any place toward the west, drop everything and drum. Run downhill toward the flat area, and no matter what you hear or feel behind you, do not turn around. As soon as you get to the flat area, no matter how frightened you are, do not keep on running. Drop to the ground, take off your jacket, bunch it around your navel, and curl up like a ball, tucking your knees against your stomach. You must also cover your eyes with your hands, and your arms have to remain tight against your thighs. You must stay in that position until morning. If you follow these simple steps, no harm will ever come to you. In case you cannot get to the flat area in time, drop to the ground right where you are. You will have a horrid time there. You will be harassed, but if you keep calm and do not move, or look, you will come out of it without a single scratch. Now if your hand does not get warm at all while you sweep it to the west, face the east again and run in an easterly direction until you are out of breath. Stop there and repeat the same maneuvers. You must keep on running toward the east, repeating these movements, until your hand gets warm. After giving me these instructions, he made me repeat them until I had memorized them. Then we sat in silence for a long time. I attempted to revive the conversation a couple of times, but he forced me into silence each time by an imperative gesture. It was getting dark when Don Juan got up and without a word began climbing the hill. I followed him. At the top of the hill I performed all the movements he had prescribed. Don Juan stood by, a short distance away, and kept a sharp look on me. I was very careful and deliberately slow. I tried to feel any perceivable change of temperature, but I could not detect whether or not the palm of my hand became warm. By that time it was fairly dark, yet I was still capable of running in an easterly direction without stumbling on the shrubs. I stopped running when I was out of breath, which was not too far from my point of departure. I was extremely tired and tense. My forearms ached and so did my calves. I repeated all the required motions and again had the same negative results. I ran in the dark 2 more times, and then, while I was sweeping my arm for the 3rd time, my hand became warm over a point toward the east. It was such a definite change of temperature that it startled me. I sat down and waited for Don Juan. I told him I had detected a change in temperature in my hand. He told me to proceed, and I picked all the dry brush I could find and started a fire. He sat to my left a couple of feet away. The fire drew strange, dancing silhouettes. At times the flames became iridescent, they grew bluish and then brilliantly white. I explained that unusual play of colors by assuming that it was produced by some chemical property of the specific dry twigs and branches I had collected. Another very unusual feature of the fire was the sparks. The new twigs I kept adding created extremely big sparks. I thought they were like tennis balls that seemed to explode in midair. I stared at the fire fixedly, the way I believed Don Juan had recommended, and I became dizzy. He handed me his water gourd and signaled me to drink. The water relaxed me and gave me a delightful feeling of freshness. Don Juan leaned over and whispered in my ear that I did not have to stare at the flames, that I should only watch in the direction of the fire. I became very cold and clammy after watching for almost an hour. At a moment when I was about to lean over and pick up a twig, something like a moth or a spot in my retina swept across from right to left between myself and the fire. I immediately recoiled. I looked at Don Juan and he signaled me with a movement of his chin to look back at the flames. A moment later the same shadow swept across in the opposite direction. Don Juan got up hurriedly and began piling loose dirt on top of the burning twigs until he had completely extinguished the flames. He executed the maneuver of putting out the fire with tremendous speed. By the time I moved to help him he had finished. He stomped on the dirt on top of the smoldering twigs and then he nearly dragged me downhill and out of the valley. He walked very fast without turning his head back and did not allow me to talk at all. When we got to my car hours later I asked him what was the thing I had seen. He shook his head imperatively and we drove in complete silence. He went directly inside when we arrived at his house in the early morning, and he again hushed me up when I tried to talk. Don Juan was sitting outside, behind his house. He seemed to have been waiting for me to wake up, because he started talking as I came out of the house. He said that the shadow I had seen the night before was a spirit, a force that belonged to the particular place where I had seen it. He spoke of that specific being as a useless one. It only exists there, he said, it has no secrets of power, so there was no point in remaining there. You would have seen only a fast, passing shadow going back and forth all night. There are other types of beings, however, that can give you secrets of power, if you are fortunate enough to find them. We ate some breakfast then and did not talk for quite a while. After eating we sat in front of his house. There are three kinds of beings, he said suddenly, those that cannot give anything because they have nothing to give, those that can only cause fright, and those that have gifts. The one you saw last night was a silent one, it has nothing to give, it is only a shadow. Most of the time, however, another type of being is associated with the silent one, a nasty spirit whose only quality is to cause fear and which always hovers around the abode of a silent one. That is why I decided to get out of there fast. That nasty type follows people right into their homes and makes life impossible for them. I know people who have had to move out of their houses because of them. There are always some people who believe they can get a lot out of that kind of being, but the mere fact that a spirit is around the house does not mean anything. People may try to entice it, or they may follow it around the house under the impression that it can reveal secrets to them. But the only thing people would get is a frightful experience. I know people who took turns watching one of those nasty beings that had followed them into their house. They watched the spirit for months. Finally someone else had to step in and drag the people out of the house. They had become weak and were wasting away. So the only wise thing one can do with that nasty type is to forget about it and leave it alone. I asked him how people enticed a spirit. He said that people took pains to figure out first where the spirit would most likely appear, and then they put weapons in its way, in hopes that it might touch the weapons, because spirits were known to like paraphernalia of war. Don Juan said that any kind of gear, or any object, that was touched by a spirit rightfully became a power object. However, the nasty type of being was known never to touch anything, but only to produce the auditory illusion of noise. I then asked Don Juan about the manner in which those spirits caused fear. He said that their most common way of frightening people was to appear as a dark shadow shaped as a man that would roam around the house, creating a frightening clatter or creating the sound of voices, or as a dark shadow that would suddenly lurch out from a dark corner. Don Juan said that the third type of spirit was a true ally, a giver of secrets. That special type existed in lonely, abandoned places, places which were almost inaccessible. He said that a man who wished to find one of these beings had to travel far and go by himself. At a distant and lonely place the man had to take all the necessary steps alone. He had to sit by his fire, and if he saw the shadow he had to leave immediately. He had to remain, however, if he encountered other conditions, such as a strong wind that would kill his fire and would keep him from kindling it again during further attempts, or if a branch broke from a nearby tree. The branch really had to break, and the man had to make sure that it was not merely the sound of a branch breaking off. Other conditions he had to be aware of were rocks that rolled, or pebbles which were thrown at his fire, or any constant noise, and he then had to walk in the direction in which any of these phenomena occurred until the spirit revealed itself. There were many ways in which such a being put a warrior to the test. It might suddenly leap in front of him, in the most horrendous appearance, or it might grab the man from the back and not turn him loose and keep him pinned down for hours. It might also topple a tree on him. Don Juan said that those were truly dangerous forces. And although they could not kill a man hand to hand, they could cause his death by fright, or by actually letting objects fall on him, or by appearing suddenly and causing him to stumble, lose his footing, and go over a precipice. He told me that if I ever found one of those beings under inappropriate circumstances I should never attempt to struggle with it because it would kill me. It would rob my soul. So I should throw myself to the ground and bear it until the morning. When a man is facing the ally, the giver of secrets, he has to muster up all his courage and grab it before it grabs him, or chase it before it chases him. The chase must be relentless, and then comes the struggle. The man must wrestle the spirit to the ground and keep it there until it gives him power. I asked him if these forces had substance, if one could really touch them. I said that the very idea of a spirit connoted something ethereal to me. Do not call them spirits, he said, call them allies, call them inexplicable forces. He was silent for a while, then he lay on his back and propped his head on his folded arms. I insisted on knowing if those beings had substance. You are damn right they have substance, he said after another moment of silence. When one struggles with them they are solid, but that feeling lasts only a moment. Those beings rely on the man's fear, therefore if the man struggling with one of them is a warrior, the being loses its tension very quickly while the man becomes more vigorous. One can actually absorb the spirit's tension. What kind of tension is that? I asked. Power. When one touches them, they vibrate as if they were ready to rip one apart. But that is only a show. The tension ends when the man maintains his grip. What happens when they lose their tension? Do they become like air? No, they just become flaccid. They still have substance, though. But it is not like anything one has ever touched. Later on, during the evening, I said to him that perhaps what I had seen the night before could have been only a moth. He laughed and very patiently explained that moths fly back and forth only around light bulbs, because a light bulb cannot burn their wings. A fire, on the other hand, would burn them the first time they came close to it. He also pointed out that the shadow covered the entire fire. When he mentioned that, I remembered that it was really an extremely large shadow and that it actually blocked the view of the fire for an instant. However, it had happened so fast that I had not emphasized it in my earlier recollection. Then he pointed out that the sparks were very large and flew to my left. I had noticed that myself. I said that the wind was probably blowing in that direction. Don Juan replied that there was no wind whatsoever. That was true. Upon recalling my experience I could remember that the night was still. Another thing I had completely overlooked was a greenish glow in the flames, which I detected when Don Juan signaled me to keep on looking at the fire, after the shadow had first crossed my field of vision. Don Juan reminded me of it. He also objected to my calling it a shadow. He said it was round and more like a bubble. 2 days later, on December 17, 1969, Don Juan said in a very casual tone that I knew all the details and necessary techniques in order to go to the hills by myself and obtain a power object, the spirit catcher. He urged me to proceed alone and affirmed that his company would only hinder me. I was ready to leave when he seemed to change his mind. "You are not strong enough," he said. "I will go with you to the bottom of the hills." When we were at the small valley where I had seen the ally, he examined from a distance the formation in the terrain that I had called a hole in the hills, and said that we had to go still further south into the distant mountains. The abode of the ally was at the furthermost point we could see through the hole. I looked at the formation and all I could distinguish was the bluish mass of the distant mountains. He guided me, however, in a southeasterly direction, and after hours of walking we reached a point he said was deep enough into the allies' abode. It was late afternoon when we stopped. We sat down on some rocks. I was tired and hungry. All I had eaten during the day was some tortillas and water. Don Juan stood up all of a sudden, looked at the sky, and told me in a commanding tone to take off in the direction that was the best for me and to be sure I could remember the spot where we were at the moment, so I could return there whenever I was through. He said in a reassuring tone that he would be waiting for me if it took me forever. I asked apprehensively if he believed that the affair of getting a spirit catcher was going to take a long time. "Who knows?" he said, smiling mysteriously. I walked away toward the southeast, turning around a couple of times to look at Don Juan. He was walking very slowly in the opposite direction. I climbed to the top of a large hill and looked at Don Juan once again. He was a good 200 yards away. He did not turn to look at me. I ran downhill into a small bowl-like depression between the hills, and I suddenly found myself alone. I sat down for a moment and began to wonder what I was doing there. I felt ludicrous looking for a spirit catcher. I ran back up to the top of the hill to have a better view of Don Juan, but I could not see him anywhere. I ran downhill in the direction I had last seen him. I wanted to call off the whole affair and go home. I felt quite stupid and tired. "Don Juan," I yelled over and over. He was nowhere in sight. I again ran to the top of another steep hill. I could not see him from there either. I ran quite a way looking for him, but he had disappeared. I retraced my steps and went back to the original place where he had left me. I had the absurd certainty I was going to find him sitting there laughing at my inconsistencies. "What in the hell have I gotten into?" I said loudly. I knew then that there was no way to stop whatever I was doing there. I really did not know how to go back to my car. Don Juan had changed directions various times, and the general orientation of the 4 cardinal points was not enough. I was afraid of getting lost in the mountains. I sat down, and for the first time in my life I had the strange feeling that there never really was a way to revert back to an original point of departure. Don Juan had said that I always insisted on starting at a point I called the beginning, when in effect the beginning did not exist. And there in the middle of those mountains I felt I understood what he meant. It was as if the point of departure had always been myself. It was as if Don Juan had never really been there. And when I looked for him he became what he really was, a fleeting image that vanished over a hill. I heard the soft rustle of leaves and a strange fragrance enveloped me. I felt the wind as a pressure on my ears, like a shy buzzing. The sun was about to reach some compact clouds over the horizon that looked like a solidly tinted orange band, when it disappeared behind a heavy blanket of lower clouds. It appeared again a moment later, like a crimson ball floating in the mist. It seemed to struggle for a while to get into a patch of blue sky, but it was as if the clouds would not give the sun time, and then the orange band and the dark silhouette of the mountains seemed to swallow it up. I lay down on my back. The world around me was so still, so serene, and at the same time so alien. I felt overwhelmed. I did not want to weep, but tears rolled down easily. I remained in that position for hours. I was almost unable to get up. The rocks under me were hard, and right where I had lain down there was scarcely any vegetation, in contrast to the lush green bushes all around. From where I was I could see a fringe of tall trees on the eastern hills. Finally it got fairly dark. I felt better, in fact I felt almost happy. For me the semi-darkness was much more nurturing and protective than the hard daylight. I stood up, climbed to the top of a small hill, and began repeating the motions Don Juan had taught me. I ran toward the east 7 times, and then I noticed a change of temperature on my hand. I built a fire and set a careful watch, as Don Juan had recommended, observing every detail. Hours went by and I began to feel very tired and cold. I had gathered quite a pile of dry twigs. I fed the fire and moved closer to it. The vigil was so strenuous and so intense that it exhausted me. I began to nod. I fell asleep twice and woke up early when my head bobbed to one side. I was so sleepy that I could not watch the fire anymore. I drank some water and even sprinkled some on my face to keep awake. I succeeded in fighting my sleepiness only for brief moments. I had somehow become despondent and irritable. I felt utterly stupid being there, and that gave me a sensation of irrational frustration and dejection. I was tired, hungry, sleepy, and absurdly annoyed with myself. I finally gave up the struggle of keeping awake. I added a lot of dry twigs to the fire and lay down to sleep. The pursuit of an ally and a spirit catcher was at that moment a most ludicrous and foreign endeavor. I was so sleepy that I could not even think or talk to myself. I fell asleep. I was awakened suddenly by a loud crack. It appeared that the noise, whatever it was, had come from just above my left ear, since I was lying on my right side. I sat up fully awake. My left ear buzzed and was deafened by the proximity and force of the sound. I must have been asleep for only a short while, judging by the amount of dry twigs which was still burning in the fire. I did not hear any other noises, but I remained alert and kept on feeding the fire. The thought crossed my mind that perhaps what woke me up was a gunshot. Perhaps someone was around watching me, taking shots at me. The thought became very anguishing and created an avalanche of rational fears. I was sure that someone owned that land, and if that was so they might take me for a thief and kill me, or they might kill me to rob me, not knowing that I had nothing with me. I experienced a moment of terrible concern for my safety. I felt the tension in my shoulders and my neck. I moved my head up and down, the bones of my neck made a cracking sound. I still kept looking into the fire, but I did not see anything unusual in it, nor did I hear any noises. After a while I relaxed quite a bit, and it occurred to me that perhaps Don Juan was at the bottom of all this. I rapidly became convinced that it was so. The thought made me laugh. I had another avalanche of rational conclusions, nappy conclusions this time. I thought that Don Juan must have suspected I was going to change my mind about staying in the mountains, or he must have seen me running after him and taken cover in a concealed cave or behind the bush. Then he had followed me and, noticing I had fallen asleep, waked me up by cracking a branch near my ear. I added more twigs to the fire and began to look around in a casual and covert manner to see if I could spot him, even though I knew that if he was hiding around there I would not be able to discover him. Everything was quite placid. The crickets, the wind ruffling the trees on the slopes of the hills surrounding me, the soft, cracking sound of the twigs catching on fire. Sparks flew around, but they were only ordinary sparks. Suddenly I heard the loud noise of a branch snapping in two. The sound came from my left. I held my breath as I listened with utmost concentration. An instant later I heard another branch snapping on my right. Then I heard the faint far-away sound of snapping branches. It was as if someone was stepping on them and making them crack. The sounds were rich and full. They had a lusty quality. They also seemed to be getting closer to where I was. I had a very slow reaction and did not know whether to listen or stand up. I was deliberating what to do when all of a sudden the sound of snapping branches happened all around me. I was engulfed by them so fast that I barely had time to jump to my feet and stomp on the fire. I began to run downhill in the darkness. The thought crossed my mind as I moved through the shrubs that there was no flat land. I kept on trotting and trying to protect my eyes from the bushes. I was halfway down to the bottom of the hill when I felt something behind me, almost touching me. It was not a branch, it was something which I intuitively felt was overtaking me. This realization made me freeze. I took off my jacket, bundled it on my stomach, crouched over my legs, and covered my eyes with my hands, as Don Juan had prescribed. I kept that position for a short while and then I realized that everything around me was dead still. There were no sounds of any kind. I became extraordinarily alarmed. The muscles of my stomach contracted and shivered spasmodically. Then I heard another cracking sound. It seemed to have occurred far away, but it was extremely clear and distinct. It happened once more, closer to me. There was an interval of quietness and then something exploded just above my head. The suddenness of the noise made me jump involuntarily and I nearly rolled over on my side. It was definitely the sound of a branch being snapped in two. The sound had happened so close that I heard the rustling of the branch leaves as it was being cracked. Next, there was a downpour of cracking explosions. Branches were being snapped with great force all around me. The incongruous thing, at that point, was my reaction to the whole phenomenon. Instead of being terrified, I was laughing. I sincerely thought I had hit upon the cause of all that was happening. I was convinced that Don Juan was again tricking me. A series of logical conclusions cemented my confidence. I felt elated. I was sure I could catch that foxy old Don Juan in another of his tricks. He was around me cracking branches, and knowing I would not dare to look up, he was safe and free to do anything he wanted to. I figured that he had to be alone in the mountains, since I had been with him constantly for days. He had not had fine time or the opportunity to engage any collaborators. If he was hiding, as I thought, he was hiding by himself and logically he could produce only a limited number of noises. Since he was alone, the noises had to occur in a linear temporal sequence, that is, one at a time, or at most two or three at a time. Besides, The variety of noises also had to be limited to the mechanics of a single individual. I was absolutely certain, as I remained crouched and still, that the whole experience was a game and that the only way to remain on top of it was by emotionally dislodging myself from it. I was positively enjoying it. I caught myself chuckling at the idea that I could anticipate my opponent's next move. I tried to imagine what I would do next if I were Don Juan. The sound of something slurping jolted me out of my mental exercise. I listened attentively. The sound happened again. I could not determine what it was. It sounded like an animal slurping water. It happened again very close by. It was an irritating sound that brought to mind the smacking noise of a big-jawed adolescent girl chewing gum. I was wondering how Don Juan could produce such a noise when the sound happened again, coming from the right. There was a single sound first and then I heard a series of slushing, slurping sounds, as if someone were walking in mud. It was an almost sensual, exasperating sound of feet slushing in deep mud. The noises stopped for a moment and started once more toward my left, very close, perhaps only 10 feet away. Now they sounded as if a heavy person were trotting with rain boots in mud. I marveled at the richness of the sound. I could not imagine any primitive devices that I myself could use to produce it. I heard another series of trotting, slushing sounds toward my rear and then they happened all at once, on all sides. Someone seemed to be walking, running, trotting on mud all around me. A logical doubt occurred to me. If Don Juan was doing all that, he had to be running in circles at an incredible speed. The rapidity of the sounds made that alternative impossible. I then thought that Don Juan must have confederates after all. I wanted to involve myself in speculation as to who his accomplices could be, but the intensity of the noises took all my concentration. I really could not think clearly. Yet I was not afraid, I was perhaps only dumbfounded by the strange quality of the sounds. The slashings actually vibrated. In fact, their peculiar vibrations seemed to be directed at my stomach, or perhaps I perceived their vibrations with the lower part of my abdomen. That realization brought an instantaneous loss of my sense of objectivity and aloofness. The sounds were attacking my stomach. The question occurred to me, what if it was not Don Juan? I panicked. I tensed my abdominal muscles and tucked my thighs hard against the bundle of my jacket. The noises increased in number and speed. As if they knew I had lost my confidence, their vibrations were so intense I wanted to vomit. I fought the feeling of nausea. I took deep breaths and began to sing my peyote songs. I got sick, and the slushing noises ceased at once. The sounds of crickets and wind and the distant staccato barking of coyotes became superimposed. The abrupt cessation allowed me a respite and I took stock of myself. Only a short while before I had been in the best of spirits, confident and aloof. Obviously I had failed miserably to judge the situation. Even if Don Juan had accomplices, it would be mechanically impossible for them to produce sounds that would affect my stomach. To produce sounds of such intensity they would have needed gadgetry beyond their means or their conception. Apparently the phenomenon I was experiencing was not a game and another one of Don Juan's tricks. Theory was only my rude explanation. I had cramps and an overwhelming desire to roll over and straighten my legs. I decided to move to my right in order to get my face off the place where I had gotten sick. The instant I began to crawl, I heard a very soft squeak right above my left ear. I froze on the spot. The squeak was repeated on the other side of my head. It was a single sound. I thought it resembled the squeak of a door. I waited but I heard nothing else, so I decided to move again. No sooner had I started to inch my head to the right when I was nearly forced to jump up. A flood of squeaks engulfed me at once. They were like squeaks of doors at times. At other times they were like the squeaks of rats or guinea pigs. They were not loud or intense but very soft and insidious and produced agonizing spasms of nausea in me. They stopped as they had begun, diminishing gradually until I could hear only one or two of them at a time. Then I heard something like the wings of a big bird sweeping over the tops of the bushes. It seemed to be flying in circles over my head. The soft squeaks began to increase again, and so did the flapping wings. Above my head there seemed to be something like a flock of gigantic birds beating their soft wings. Both noises merged, creating an enveloping wave around me. I felt that I was floating suspended in an enormous undulating ripple. The squeaks and the flapping were so smooth I could feel them all over my body. The flapping wings of a flock of birds seemed to be pulling me up from above, while the squeaks of an army of rats seemed to be pushing me from underneath and from around my body. There was no doubt in my mind that through my blundering stupidity I had unleashed something terrible on myself. I clenched my teeth and took deep breaths and sang peyote songs. The noises lasted a very long time and I opposed them with all my might. When they subsided, there was again an interrupted silence as I am accustomed to perceiving silence, that is, I could detect only the natural sounds of the insects and the wind. The time of silence was for me more deleterious than the time of noises. I began to think and to assess my position, and my deliberation threw me into a panic. I knew that I was lost. I did not have the knowledge nor the stamina to fend off whatever was accosting me. I was utterly helpless, crouched over my own vomit. I thought that the end of my life had come and I began to weep. I wanted to think about my life but I did not know where to start. Nothing of what I had done in my life was really worthy of that last ultimate emphasis, so I had nothing to think about. That was an exquisite realization. I had changed since the last time I experienced a similar fright. This time I was more empty. I had less personal feelings to carry along. I asked myself what a warrior would do in that situation and I arrived at various conclusions. There was something about my umbilical region that was uniquely important. There was something unearthly about the sounds. They were aiming at my stomach, and the idea that Don Juan was tricking me was utterly untenable. The muscles of my stomach were very tight, although I did not have cramps any longer. I kept on singing and breathing deeply and I felt a soothing warmth inundating my entire body. It had become clear to me that if I was going to survive, I had to proceed in terms of Don Juan's teachings. I repeated his instructions in my mind. I remembered the exact point where the sun had disappeared over the mountains in relation to the hill where I was and to the place where I had crouched. I reoriented myself, and when I was convinced that my assessment of the cardinal points was correct, I began to change my position, so I would have my head pointing in a new and better direction, the southeast. I slowly started moving my feet toward my left, inch by inch, until I had them twisted under my calves. Then I began to align my body with my feet, but no sooner had I begun to creep laterally than I felt a peculiar tap. I had the actual physical sensation of something touching the uncovered area of the back of my neck. It happened so fast that I yelled involuntarily and froze again. I tightened my abdominal muscles and began to breathe deeply and sing my peyote songs. A second later I felt once more the same light tap on my neck. I cringed. My neck was uncovered and there was nothing I could do to protect myself. I was tapped again. It was a very soft, almost silky object that touched my neck, like the furry paw of a giant rabbit. It touched me again, and then it began to cross my neck back and forth until I was in tears. It was as if a herd of silent, smooth, weightless kangaroos were stepping on my neck. I could hear the soft thump of the paws as they stepped gently over me. It was not a painful sensation at all, and yet it was maddening. I knew that if I did not involve myself in doing something, I would go mad and stand up and run. So I slowly began again to maneuver my body into a new position. My attempt at moving seemed to increase the tapping on my neck. It finally got to such a frenzy that I jerked my body and at once aligned it in the new direction. I had no idea whatsoever about the outcome of my act. I was just taking action to keep from going stark, raving mad. As soon as I changed directions, the tapping on my neck ceased. After a long, anguished pause, I heard a distant snapping of branches. The noises were not close anymore. It was as if they had retreated to another position far away from me. The sound of snapping branches merged after a moment with a blasting sound of leaves being rustled, as if a strong wind were beating the entire hill. All the bushes around me seemed to shiver, yet there was no wind. The rustling sound and the cracking of branches gave me the feeling that the whole hill was on fire. My body was as tight as a rock. I was perspiring copiously. I began to feel warmer and warmer. For a moment I was utterly convinced that the hill was burning. I did not jump up and run because I was so numb I was paralyzed. In fact, I could not even open my eyes. All that mattered to me at that point was to get up and escape the fire. I had terrible cramps in my stomach which started to cut my intake of air. I became very involved in trying to breathe. After a long struggle I was capable of taking deep breaths again, and I was also capable of noticing that the rustling had subsided. There was only an occasional cracking sound. The snapping sound of branches became more and more distant and sporadic until it ceased altogether. I was able to open my eyes. I looked through my half-closed lids to the ground underneath me. It was already daylight. I waited a while longer without moving, and then I started to stretch my body. I rolled on my back. The sun was over the hills in the east. It took me hours to straighten out my legs and drag myself downhill. I began to walk toward the place where Don Juan had left me, which was perhaps only a mile away. By mid-afternoon I was barely at the edge of some woods, still a good quarter of a mile away. I could not walk any more, not for any reason. I thought of mountain lions and tried to climb up a tree, but my arms could not support my weight. I leaned against a rock and resigned myself to die there. I was convinced that I would be food for mountain lions or other predators. I did not have the strength even to throw a rock. I was not hungry or thirsty. Around noon I had found a small stream and had drunk a lot of water, but the water did not help to restore my strength. As I sat there in utter helplessness, I felt more despondent than afraid. I was so tired I did not care about my fate, and I fell asleep. I woke up when something shook me. Don Juan was leaning over me. He helped me sit up and gave me water and some gruel. He laughed and said that I looked wretched. I tried to tell him what had happened, but he hushed me up and said that I had missed my mark, that the place where I was supposed to meet him was about 100 yards away. Then he half carried me downhill. He said he was taking me to a large stream and was going to wash me there. On the way he plugged my ears with some leaves he had in his pouch, and then he blindfolded me, putting one leaf on each eye and securing them both with a piece of cloth. He made me take off my clothes and told me to place my hands over my eyes and ears to make sure I could not see or hear anything. Don Juan rubbed my entire body with leaves and then dumped me in a river. I felt it was a large river. It was deep. I was standing and I could not touch the bottom. Don Juan was holding me by the right elbow. At first I did not feel the coldness of the water, but little by little I began to feel chilled, and then the cold became intolerable. Don Juan pulled me out and dried me with some leaves that had a peculiar scent. I put on my clothes and he led me away. We walked a good distance before he took the leaves off my ears and my eyes. Don Juan asked me if I felt strong enough to walk back to my car. The weird thing was that I felt very strong. I even ran up the side of a steep hill to prove it. On the way to my car I stayed very close to Don Juan. I stumbled scores of times and he laughed. I noticed that his laughter was especially invigorating, and it became the focal point of my replenishing. The more he laughed, the better I felt. The next day I narrated to Don Juan the sequence of events from the time he left me. He laughed all the way through my account, especially when I told him that I had thought it was one of his tricks. "You always think you are being tricked," he said. "You trust yourself too much. You act like you know all the answers. You know nothing, my little friend, nothing." This was the first time Don Juan had called me my little friend. It took me aback. He noticed it and smiled. There was a great warmth in his voice, and that made me very sad. I told him that I had been careless and incompetent because that was the inherent bent of my personality, and that I would never understand his world. I felt deeply moved. He was very encouraging and asserted that I had done fine. I asked him the meaning of my experience. "It has no meaning," he replied. "The same thing could happen to anyone, especially someone like you who has his gap already opened. It is very common. Any warrior who has gone in search of allies could tell you about their doings. What they did to you was mild. However, your gap is open and that is why you are so nervous. One cannot turn into a warrior overnight. Now you must go home and do not return until you are healed and your gap is closed." A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Part 2, Chapter 17. I did not return to Mexico for months. I used the time to work on my field notes, and for the first time in 10 years, since I started the apprenticeship, Don Juan's teachings began to make real sense. I felt that the long periods of time I had to stay away from the apprenticeship had had a very sobering and beneficial effect on me. They had allowed me the opportunity to review my findings and to arrange them in an intellectual order proper of my training and interest. The events that took place on my last visit to the field, however, pointed to a fallacy in my optimism about understanding Don Juan's knowledge. I made the last entry in my field notes on October 16, 1970. The events that took place on that occasion marked a transition. They not only closed a cycle of instruction, but they also opened a new one, which was so very different from what I had done thus far that I feel this is the point where I must end my reportage. As I approached Don Juan's house, I saw him sitting in his usual place under his ramada in front of the door. I parked in the shade of a tree, took my briefcase and a bag of groceries out of the car and walked toward him, greeting him in a loud voice. I then noticed that he was not alone. There was another man sitting behind a high pile of firewood. Both of them were looking at me. Don Juan waved and so did the other man. Judging from his attire, he was not an Indian but a Mexican from the Southwest. He was wearing Levi's, a beige shirt, a Texan cowboy hat and cowboy boots. I talked to Don Juan and then looked at the man. He was smiling at me. I stared at him for a moment. "Here is little Carlos," the man said to Don Juan, "and he does not speak to me anymore. Do not tell me that he is cross with me." Before I could say anything, they both broke up laughing, and only then did I realize that the strange man was Don Genaro. "You did not recognize me, did you?" he asked, still laughing. I had to admit that his attire had baffled me. "What are you doing in this part of the world, Don Genaro?" I asked. "He came to enjoy the hot wind," Don Juan said. "Is that not right?" "That is right," Don Genaro echoed. "You have no idea what the hot wind can do to an old body like mine." I sat down between them. "What does it do to your body?" I asked. "The hot wind tells extraordinary things to my body," he said. He turned to Don Juan. his eyes glittering. "Is that not so?" Don Juan shook his head affirmatively. "I told them that the time of the hot Santa Ana winds was the worst part of the year for me, and that it was certainly strange that Don Genaro would come to seek the hot wind while I was running away from it." "Carlos cannot stand the heat," Don Juan said to Don Genaro. "When it gets hot he becomes like a child and suffocates." Suffo. Cats. "My goodness," Don Genaro said, feigning concern, and made a gesture of despair which was indescribably funny. Don Juan explained to him next that I had been away for months because of an unfortunate incident with the Allies. "So, you have finally encountered an ally," Don Genaro said. "I think I did," I said cautiously. They laughed loudly. Don Genaro patted me on the back 2 or 3 times. It was a very light tapping which I interpreted as a friendly gesture of concern. He rested his hand on my shoulder as he looked at me, and I had a feeling of placid contentment, which lasted only an instant. For next Don Genaro did something inexplicable to me. I suddenly felt that he had put the weight of a boulder on my back. I had the sensation that he had increased the weight of his hand, which was resting on my right shoulder, until it made me sag all the way down and I hit my head on the ground. "We must help little Carlos," Don Genaro said and gave a conspiratorial look to Don Juan. I sat up straight again and turned to Don Juan, but he looked away. I had a moment of vacillation and the annoying thought that Don Juan was acting as if he were aloof, detached from me. Don Genaro was laughing. He seemed to be waiting for my reaction. I asked him to put his hand on my shoulder once more, but he did not want to do it. I urged him at least to tell me what he had done to me. He chuckled. I turned to Don Juan again and told him that the weight of Don Genaro's hand had nearly crushed me. "I do not know anything about it," Don Juan said in a comically factual tone. "He did not put his hand on my shoulder." With that both of them broke up laughing. "What did you do to me, Don Genaro?" I asked. "I just put my hand on your shoulder," he said innocently. "Do it again," I said. He refused. Don Juan interceded at that point and asked me to describe to Don Genaro what I had perceived in my last experience. I thought he wanted me to give a bona fide description of what had happened to me, but the more serious my description became the more they laughed. I stopped 2 or 3 times but they urged me to go on. "The ally will come to you regardless of your feelings," Don Juan said when I had finished my account. "I mean, you do not have to do anything to lure him out. You may be sitting twiddling your thumbs, or thinking about women and then suddenly, a tap on your shoulder, you turn around and the ally is standing by you. What can I do if something like that happens?" I asked. Hey, wait a minute, Don Genaro said, "that is not a good question. You should not ask what can you do, obviously you cannot do anything. You should ask what can a warrior do?" He turned to me, blinking. His head was slightly tilted to the right, and his mouth was puckered. I looked at Don Juan for a cue whether the situation was a joke, but he kept a solemn face. All right, I said, what can a warrior do? Don Haynaro blinked and made smacking sounds with his lips, as if he were searching for a right word. He looked at me fixedly, holding his chin. A warrior wets his pants, he said with Indian solemnity. Don Juan covered his face and Don Haynaro slapped the ground, exploding in a howling laughter. Fright is something one can never get over, Don Juan said after the laughter had subsided. When a warrior is caught in such a tight spot, he would simply turn his back to the ally without thinking twice. A warrior cannot indulge, thus he cannot die of fright. A warrior allows the ally to come only when he is good and ready. When he is strong enough to grapple with the ally, he opens his gap and lurches out, grabs the ally, keeps him pinned down and maintains his stare on him for exactly the time he has to. Then he moves his eyes away and releases the ally and lets him go. A warrior, my little friend, is the master at all times. What happens if you stare at an ally for too long? I asked. Don Haynaro looked at me and made a comical gesture of outstaring. Who knows? Don Juan said, maybe Haynaro will tell you what happened to him. Maybe, Don Haynaro said and chuckled. Would you please tell me? Don Haynaro got up, cracked his bones stretching his arms, and opened his eyes until they were round and looked crazy. Haynaro is going to make the desert tremble, he said and went into the chaparral. Haynaro is determined to help you, Don Juan said in a confidential tone. He did the same thing to you at his house and you almost saw. I thought he was referring to what had happened at the waterfall, but he was talking about some unearthly rumbling sounds I had heard at Don Haynaro's house. By the way, what was it? I asked. We laughed at it, but you never explained to me what it was. You have never asked. I did. No. You have asked me about everything else except that. Don Juan looked at me accusingly. That was Haynaro's art, he said. Only Haynaro can do that. You almost saw then? I told him that it had never occurred to me to associate seeing with the strange noises I had heard at that time. And why not? He asked flatly. Seeing means the eyes to me, I said. He scrutinized me for a moment as if there was something wrong with me. I never said that seeing is a matter of the eyes alone, he said and shook his head in disbelief. How does he do it? I insisted. He has already told you how he does it, Don Juan said sharply. At that very moment I heard an extraordinary rumble. I jumped up and Don Juan began to laugh. The rumble was like a thunderous avalanche. Listening to it, I had the funny realization that my inventory of experiences in sound can is definitely from the movies. The deep thunder I heard resembled the soundtrack of a movie when the whole side of a mountain falls into a valley. Don Juan held his sides as if they hurt from laughing. The thunderous rumble shook the ground where I stood. I distinctly heard the thump of what seemed to be a monumental boulder that was rolling on its sides. I heard a series of crushing thumps that gave me the impression that the boulder was rolling inexorably toward me. I experienced a moment of supreme confusion. My muscles were tense, my whole body was ready for fleeing. I looked at Don Juan. He was staring at me. I then heard the most frightening thump I had ever heard in my life. It was as if a monumental boulder had landed right behind the house. Everything shook, and at that moment I had a most peculiar perception. For an instant I actually saw a boulder the size of a mountain right behind the house. It was not as if an image had been superimposed on the scenery of the house I was looking at. It was not the view of a real boulder either. It was rather as if the noise was creating the image of a boulder rolling on its monumental sides. I was actually seeing the noise. The inexplicable character of my perception threw me into the depths of despair and confusion. Never in my life would I have conceived that my senses were capable of perceiving in such a manner. I had an attack of rational fright and decided to flee for my life. Don Juan held me by the arm and ordered me imperatively not to run away and not to turn around either, but face the direction in which Don Genaro had gone. I heard next a series of booming noises, which resembled the sound of rocks falling and piling on top of each other, and then everything was quiet again. A few minutes later Don Genaro came back and sat down. He asked me if I had seen. I did not know what to say. I turned to Don Juan for a cue. He was staring at me. "I think he did," he said and chuckled. I wanted to say that I did not know what they were talking about. I felt terribly frustrated. I had a physical sensation of wrath, of utter discomfort. "I think we should leave him here to sit alone," Don Juan said. They got up and walked by me. "Carlos is indulging in his confusion," Don Juan said very loudly. I stayed alone for hours and had time to write my notes and to ponder on the absurdity of my experience. Upon thinking about it, it became obvious to me that from the very moment I saw Don Genaro sitting under the ramada the situation had acquired a farcical mood. The more I deliberated about it, the more convinced I became that Don Juan had relinquished the control over to Don Genaro, and that thought filled me with apprehension. Don Juan and Don Genaro returned at dusk. They sat down next to me, flanking me. Don Genaro drew closer and almost leaned on me. His thin and frail shoulder touched me lightly, and I experienced the same feeling I had had when he tapped me. A crushing weight toppled me over and I tumbled onto Don Juan's lap. He helped me to sit up straight and asked in a joking tone if I was trying to sleep on his lap. Don Genaro seemed to be delighted. His eyes shone. I wanted to weep. I had the feeling I was like an animal that had been corralled. "Am I frightening you, little Carlos?" Don Genaro asked and seemed really concerned. "You look like a wild horse." "Tell him a story," Don Juan said, "that is the only thing that calms him." They moved away and sat in front of me. Both of them examined me with curiosity. In the semi-darkness their eyes seemed glassy, like enormous dark pools of water. Their eyes were awesome. They were not the eyes of men. We stared at each other for a moment and then I moved my eyes away. I noticed that I was not afraid of them, and yet their eyes had frightened me to the point that I was shivering. I felt a most uncomfortable confusion. After a moment of silence, Don Juan urged Don Genaro to tell me what had happened to him at the time he had tried to outstare his ally. Don Genaro was sitting a few feet away, facing me. He did not say anything. I looked at him. His eyes seemed to be 4 or 5 tunes the size of ordinary human eyes. They were shining, and had a compelling attraction. What seemed to be the light of his eyes dominated everything around them. Don Genaro's body seemed to have shriveled, and looked more like the body of a feline. I noticed a movement of his cat-like body and became frightened. In a completely automatic way, as if I had been doing it all my life, I adopted a fighting form, and began beating rhythmically on my calf. When I became aware of my acts, I got embarrassed and looked at Don Juan. He was peering at me as he does ordinarily. His eyes were kind and soothing. He laughed loudly. Don Genaro made a purring sound and stood up and went inside the house. Don Juan explained to me that Don Genaro was very forceful and did not like to piddle around, and that he had been just teasing me with his eyes. He said that, as usual, I knew more than I myself expected. He made a comment that everyone who was involved with sorcery was terribly dangerous during the hours of twilight, and that sorcerers like Don Genaro could perform marvels at that time. We were quiet for a few minutes. I felt better. Talking to Don Juan relaxed me and restored my confidence. Then he said that he was going to eat something and that we were going for a walk so that Don Genaro could show me a technique for hiding. I asked him to explain what he meant by a technique for hiding. He said he was through with explaining things to me because explaining only forced me to indulge. We went inside the house. Don Genaro had lit the kerosene lantern and was chewing a mouthful of food. After eating, the three of us walked into the thick desert chaparral. Don Juan walked almost next to me. Don Genaro was in front, a few yards ahead of us. It was a clear night, there were heavy clouds, but enough moonlight to render the surroundings quite visible. At one moment Don Juan stopped and told me to go ahead and follow Don Genaro. I vacillated. He pushed me gently and assured me it was all right. He said I should always be ready and should always trust my own strength. I followed Don Genaro, and for the next 2 hours I tried to catch up with him, but no matter how hard I struggled I could not overtake him. Don Genaro's silhouette was always ahead of me. Sometimes he disappeared as if he had jumped to the side of the trail only to appear again ahead of me. As far as I was concerned, this seemed to be a strange and meaningless walk in the dark. I followed because I did not know how to return to the house. I could not understand what Don Genaro was doing. I thought he was leading me to some recondite place in the chaparral to show me the technique Don Juan had talked about at a certain point. However, I had the peculiar sensation that Don Genaro was behind me. I turned around and caught a glimpse of a person some distance behind me. The effect was startling. I strained to see in the darkness and I believed I could make out the silhouette of a man standing perhaps 15 yards away. The figure was almost merged with the bushes. It was as if he wanted to conceal himself. I stared fixedly for a moment and I could actually keep the silhouette of the man within my field of perception even though he was trying to hide behind the dark shapes of the bushes. Then a logical thought came to my mind. It occurred to me that the man had to be Don Juan, who must have been following us all the time. The instant I became convinced that that was so, I also realized I could no longer isolate his silhouette. All I had in front of me was the undifferentiated dark mass of the desert chaparral. I walked toward the place I had seen the man, but I could not find anybody. Don Genaro was nowhere in sight either, and since I did not know my way I sat down to wait. A half hour later, Don Juan and Don Genaro came by. They called my name out loud. I stood up and joined them. We walked to the house in complete silence. I welcomed that quiet interlude, for I felt completely disoriented. In fact, I felt unknown to myself. Don Genaro was doing something to me. Something which kept me from formulating my thoughts the way I am accustomed to doing. This became evident to me when I sat down on the trail. I had automatically checked the time when I sat down and then I had remained quiet as if my mind had been turned off. Yet I sat in a state of alertness I have never experienced before. It was a state of thoughtlessness, perhaps comparable to not caring about anything. The world seemed to be, during that time, in a strange balance. There was nothing I could add to it and nothing I could subtract from it. When we arrived at the house, Don Genaro rolled out a straw mat and went to sleep. I felt compelled to render my experiences of the day to Don Juan. He did not let me talk. October 18, 1970. I think I understand what Don Genaro was trying to do the other night, I said to Don Juan. I said that in order to draw him out, his continual refusal to talk was unnerving me. Don Juan smiled and shook his head slowly as if agreeing with what I had said. I would have taken his gesture as an affirmation except for the strange glint in his eyes. It was as if his eyes were laughing at me. You do not think I understand, do you? I asked compulsively. I suppose you do. You do, in fact. You do understand that Genaro was behind you all the time? However, understanding is not the real point. His statement that Don Genaro had been behind me all the time was shocking to me. I begged him to explain it. Your mind is set to seek only one side of this, he said. He took a dry twig and moved it in the air. He was not drawing in the air or making a figure. What he did resembled the movements he makes with his fingers when he cleans the debris from a pile of seeds. His movements were like a soft prodding or scratching the air with a twig. He turned and looked at me and I shrugged my shoulders automatically in a gesture of bafflement. He drew closer and repeated his movements, making 8 points on the ground. He circled the first point. You are here, he said, we are all here, this is feeling, and we move from here to here. He circled the second, which he had drawn right above number 1. He then moved his twig back and forth between the 2 points to portray a heavy traffic. There are, however, 6 more points a man is capable of handling, he said. Most men know nothing about them. He placed his twig between points 1 and 2 and pecked on the ground with it. To move between these 2 points you call understanding. You have been doing that all your life. If you say you understand my knowledge, you have done nothing new. He then joined some of the 8 points to the others with lines. The result was a long trapezoid figure that had 8 centers of uneven radiation. Each of these 6 remaining points is a world, just like feeling and understanding are 2 worlds for you, he said. Why 8 points? Why not an infinite number, as in a circle? I asked. I drew a circle on the ground. Don Juan smiled. As far as I know, there are only 8 points a man is capable of handling. Perhaps men cannot go beyond that. And I said handling, not understanding. Did you get that? His tone was so funny I laughed. He was imitating or rather mocking my insistence on the exact usage of words. Your problem is that you want to understand everything, and that is not possible. If you insist on understanding, you are not considering your entire lot as a human being. Your stumbling block is intact, therefore, you have done almost nothing in all these years. You have been shaken out of your total slumber, true. But that could have been accomplished anyway by other circumstances. After a pause, Don Juan told me to get up because we were going to the water canyon. As we were getting into my car, Don Genaro came out from behind the house and joined us. I drove part of the way and then we walked into a deep ravine. Don Juan picked a place to rest in the shade of a large tree. You mentioned once, Don Juan began, that a friend of yours had said, when the 2 of you saw a leaf falling from the very top of a sycamore, that same leaf will not fall again from that same sycamore ever in a whole eternity, remember? I remembered having told him about that incident. We are at the foot of a large tree, he continued, and now if we look at that other tree in front of us we may see a leaf falling from the very top. He signaled me to look. There was a large tree on the other side of the gully, its leaves were yellowish and dry. He urged me with a movement of his head to keep on looking at the tree. After a few minutes' wait, a leaf cracked loose from the top and began falling to the ground. It hit other leaves and branches 3 times before it landed in the tall underbrush. Did you see it? Yes. You would say that the same leaf will never again fall from that same tree, true? True. To the best of your understanding that is true. But that is only to the best of your understanding. Look again. I automatically looked and saw a leaf falling. It actually hit the same leaves and branches as the previous one. It was as if I were looking at an instant television replay. I followed the wavy falling of the leaf until it landed on the ground. I stood up to find out if there were 2 leaves, but the tall underbrush around the tree prevented me from seeing where the leaf had actually landed. Don Juan laughed and told me to sit down. Look, he said, pointing with his head to the top of the tree, There goes the same leaf again. I once more saw a leaf falling in exactly the same pattern as the previous two. When it had landed, I knew Don Juan was about to signal me again to look at the top of the tree, but before he did I looked up. The leaf was again falling. I realized then that I had only seen the first leaf cracking loose, or, rather, the first time the leaf fell I saw it from the instant it became detached from the branch. The other 3 times the leaf was already falling when I lifted my head to look. I told that to Don Juan and I urged him to explain what he was doing. I do not understand how you are making me see a repetition of what I had seen before. What did you do to me, Don Juan? He laughed but did not answer, and I insisted that he should tell me how I could see that leaf falling over and over. I said that according to my reason that was impossible. Don Juan said that his reason told him the same, yet I had witnessed the leaf falling over and over. He then turned to Don Genaro. "Is that not so?" he asked. Don Genaro did not answer. His eyes were fixed on me. "It is impossible," I said. "You are chained," Don Juan exclaimed, "you are chained to your reason." He explained that the leaf had fallen over and over from that same tree so I would stop trying to understand. In a confidential tone he told me that I had the whole thing patterned, yet my mania always blinded me at the end. There is nothing to understand. Understanding is only a very small affair, so very small, he said. At that point Don Genaro stood up. He gave a quick glance to Don Juan. Their eyes met and Don Juan looked at the ground in front of him. Don Genaro stood in front of me and began swinging his arms at his sides, back and forth in unison. "Look, little Carlos," he said, "look, look." He made an extraordinarily sharp, swishing sound. It was the sound of something ripping. At the precise instant the sound happened, I felt a sensation of vacuity in my lower abdomen. It was the terribly anguishing sensation of falling, not painful, but rather unpleasant and consuming. It lasted a few seconds and then it subsided, leaving a strange itch in my knees. But while the sensation had lasted I experienced another unbelievable phenomenon. I saw Don Genaro on top of some mountains that were perhaps 10 miles away. The perception lasted only a few seconds and it happened so unexpectedly that I did not have time really to examine it. I cannot recall whether I saw a man-size figure standing on top of the mountains, or a reduced image of Don Genaro. I cannot even recall whether or not it was Don Genaro. Yet at that moment I was certain beyond any doubt that I was seeing him standing on top of the mountains. However, the moment I thought that I could not possibly see a man 10 miles away, the perception vanished. I turned around to look for Don Genaro, but he was not there. The bafflement I experienced was as unique as everything else that was happening to me. My mind buckled under the strain. I felt utterly disoriented. Don Juan stood up and made me cover the lower part of my abdomen with my hands and press my legs tightly against my body in a squat position. We sat in silence for a while and then he said that he was truly going to refrain from explaining anything to me, because only by acting can one become a sorcerer. He recommended that I leave immediately, otherwise Don Genaro would probably kill me in his effort to help me. "You are going to change directions," he said, "and you will break your chains." He said that there was nothing to understand about his, or about Don Genaro's actions, and that sorcerers were quite capable of performing extraordinary feats. "Genaro and I are acting from here," he said, and pointed to one of the centers of radiation in his diagram. "And it is not the center of understanding, yet you know what it is." I wanted to say that I did not really know what he was talking about, but he did not give me time and stood up and signaled me to follow him. He began to walk fast, and in no time at all I was puffing and sweating trying to keep up with him. When we were getting inside the car, I looked around for Don Genaro. "Where is he?" I asked. "You know where he is," Don Juan snapped at me. Before I left, I sat down with him, as I always do. I had an overwhelming urge to ask for explanations. As Don Juan says, explanations are truly my indulgence. "Where is Don Genaro?" I asked cautiously. "You know where," he said, "yet you fail every time because of your insistence on understanding. For example, you knew the other night that Genaro was behind you all the time, you even turned around and saw him." "No," I protested, "no, I did not know that." I was truthful at that. My mind refused to intake that sort of stimuli as being real, and yet, after 10 years of apprenticeship with Don Juan, my mind could no longer uphold my old ordinary criteria of what is real. However, all the speculations I had thus far engendered about the nature of reality had been mere intellectual manipulations. The proof was that under the pressure of Don Juan and Don Genaro's acts, my mind had entered into an impasse. Don Juan looked at me, and there was such sadness in his eyes that I began to weep. Tears fell freely. For the first time in my life I felt the encumbering weight of my reason. An indescribable anguish overtook me. I wailed involuntarily and embraced him. He gave me a quick blow with his knuckles on the top of my head. I felt it like a ripple down my spine. It had a sobering effect. "You indulge too much," he said softly. A separate reality. Copyright 1972 by Carlos Castaneda. Epilogue. Don Juan slowly walked around me. He seemed to be deliberating whether or not to say something to me. Twice he stopped and seemed to change his mind. "Whether or not you return is thoroughly unimportant," he finally said. "However, you now have the need to live like a warrior. You have always known that. Now you are simply in the position of having to make use of something you disregarded before. But you had to struggle for this knowledge. It was not just given to you. It was not just handed down to you. You had to beat it out of yourself. Yet you are still a luminous being. You are still going to die like everyone else. I once told you that there is nothing to change in a luminous egg." He was quiet for a moment. I knew he was looking at me, but I avoided his eyes. Nothing has really changed in you, he said.